Officer Pfeiffer, I swear you in again. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
I was alerted. I know, Mr. Freeze, you're going to start your cross-examination, but it's my understanding the state would like to reopen its direct examination. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Ms. Cunningham talked to me. I have no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Freeze. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant Pfeiffer, I just had two additional topics that I wanted to discuss with you. When you went out to the area of Kunow Implement on the evening of March 22nd of 2021, there along 270th Avenue, how would you describe the lighting conditions, if you recall?
On the initial night?
Yes.
It was just becoming dark.
Okay. Were you there well after dark?
Yes.
And then as far as lighting in that area, is there any type of street lights in that area after dark? Well, are there any street lights, or is it a rural area that you only have the natural lighting that you would see at night?
It is very rural. There was no lighting near where I was.
Okay, thank you. Additionally, after the Lacier Comanche was recovered from the pond, did you direct a firearms trace to be conducted on that firearm?
Yes, I did.
Explain.
I submitted the serial number to our gun investigation unit, and at that time, Detective Nathan Thomas of our gun unit submitted it to the portal where those trace searches are done for serial numbers on firearms.
Okay. How does that process work?
The serial numbers are tracked in the ATF database based off of the 4473 ATF form that is filled out when a person purchases a firearm from a FFL dealer.
And so before you take that a step further, if an individual goes into a business to purchase a firearm, what does that process look like?
So you have to present your identification card of who you are. You complete the 4473 ATF form, which has a long list of questions. They cover your status of if you're a felon, addicted to controlled substances. There's many questions, but they're of that nature to basically see if you're capable of possessing a firearm. That firearm, although filled out electronically, it is stored locally at those each FFL dealers. The information regarding the serial number and the purchase with very limited transaction information is then forwarded to the ATF. So upon making these e-trace searches for serial numbers on firearms, we obtain very aggregate information, and it results in the location of the FFL dealer that last had a recorded sale of a particular firearm. From that point, investigators would have to respond to that particular location to obtain a physical copy of those forms.
Okay, so then the last point of sale, if a firearm had been acquired legally, is that where the documentation is going to be located?
Yes.
All right. In this particular case, were those steps followed for the Lacier Comanche with the serial number 184998?
We were not able to obtain the form. When the trace came back, Agent Pessman from the ATF had informed us that the shop in Iowa City, Iowa, who had handled that last recorded transaction had gone out of business in 2014, and the records were being moved to a different owner of that store. It was relayed to me through emails and through Agent Pessman that there was records that they believed were lost in a flood that took place in the Iowa City and Cedar Rapids area, and I believe it was 2009.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I previously provided counsel a copy of State's Exhibit 155. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to use State's Exhibit 155 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 155?
Yes, Exhibit 155 is the results of the E-trace for the Lasseri Comanche 238 special revolver.
Okay. In this particular firearms trace summary, does it speak to the issue of the wholesaler or retailer no longer being in business?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And does this apply to the gun that we're talking about?
Yes, it does. The serial number depicted on this trace form is 184998.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 155.
No objection.
That exhibit will be admitted.
The state has no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Cunningham, if you could just hang on to that for a short bit, I want to use that. Detective Pfeiffer, looking at State's Exhibit 155, that indicates that this Lasseri 38 revolver came into the hands of the dealer in November of 2007, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the firearm that was tested was a Lasseri 38 Special Comanche revolver, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have no records, no reports that this firearm was ever stolen. Is that
Correct.
true?
Correct.
You inspected the firearm. You saw a serial number, correct?
Correct.
So the serial number was not obliterated.
No.
No one ever reported this firearm used in a crime prior to this one, correct?
That's correct.
So the signs that we look for weapons being previously used in a crime, filed off serial numbers, stolen firearms, things of that nature, those weren't present here, were they?
No, they were not.
Okay. So for purposes of this record, this firearm was legally possessed up until the time you ran the check on April 6, 2021, right?
There's no information to say otherwise.
Was a llama revolver ever recovered in this investigation?
I don't know one off the top of my head. Do you have a location or anything more specific?
No, I'm just asking in general. Do you know what the firearm brand llama is?
I have not heard of it, no.
Okay. Now, why was the FBI brought in on this investigation?
In the initial phases of this case, there was members of the police command and administration busy trying to figure out where resources were going to come from. We were in a time of COVID staffing issues and dealing with staffing shortages within our own local agency. There were powers that be from well above my pay grade, and they began reaching out for the best advice early on while I was still out in the field. And upon my return to the office that day, I was informed that the FBI was contacted by police command, and they were going to be responding on some sort of level.
To the best of your knowledge, did the FBI get contacted because of the resources that they have that perhaps local police did not have?
I believe that's part of it.
And the protocol and the testing equipment they may have that local or state police may not have?
It's possible, yes.
Is it fair for me to say that when items are sent off to the FBI crime lab for testing at Quantico, that we're sending items for testing at a place where, frankly, we have the best of the best in the country?
Yes.
Okay. Were you the point of contact or the liaison between local police and the FBI?
For many things, some of it existed in the upper command ranks of the agency.
Did you inform the FBI that Breasia Terrell was in that Impala?
In the initial phases, yes.
Okay. What evidence did you have that she was actually physically inside that Impala?
Just statements
From who?
from Andrea Culberson.
And what did Andrea Culberson say allowed you to conclude that Ms. Terrell was inside in that car?
So as far as being directly inside, I don't recall her being specific as you're saying. The inference of her standing next to the car, and then at the same time Henry Dinkins left, she was no longer standing by the car, and Henry Dinkins and Breasia Terrell were both gone, as well as the maroon Impala.
Okay. So that was the leap in logic that you made, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you understand that because of that inference, that assumption, the FBI did not do certain tests on the inside of that Impala, correct?
Which tests?
For DNA.
In a matter of it being a car that you would be familiar with, certain forms of DNA would be appropriately in those areas.
Well, assume for a minute that Breasia Terrell were trying to put her inside that Impala. You would want, first of all, in your training and experience, to be able to place her inside that car, would you not?
I would.
And if we don't have any eyewitness testimony or statements that absolutely put her in that car, we would want some physical evidence to put her in that car, would we not?
We would.
And if she hadn't ridden in that car before, DNA evidence would be helpful to put her in that car, right?
It would.
So, are you now aware that the FBI did not test that car for any DNA evidence apart from blood and semen?
I said I'm not sure what forms of substances that we're getting at.
Sweat, tears, saliva, skin cells, any form of DNA.
So in my experience of collecting DNA, there are a few bodily fluids that retain, I guess, the DNA integrity far more than others.
So we don't try?
I don't know with specificity what the FBI did in their methodology for their scouring of the vehicles and then the testing processes they did. None of it came from our direction.
Okay. Well, you read the reports from the FBI, right?
I have.
And those reports said we did not test for DNA other than blood and semen, right?
Yes, I do.
Did it ever occur to you to communicate back with them and say, why don't we try for other types of DNA now?
With them being the experts in the standard of it there, it was all left to them.
Okay. Same thing with trace evidence. What's trace evidence?
So with respect to trace evidence, it can be different samples of hair. It can be skin flakes. It can be a multitude of different things expelled from the human body.
And once again, if we don't have eyewitness testimony or some other testimony that puts Breasia in that car, trace evidence can be very valuable, can it not?
It can be if it's possible to be used, and we have a very low to no success rate of trace evidence being developed with the profile.
Okay. So once again, we don't try?
That's on the FBI. That was all part of their investigation.
But you saw the reports from the FBI that said they didn't test for trace evidence in that Impala, right?
I did.
Did you think to maybe call back your contact at the FBI and say, hey, maybe we should be looking for Breasia Terrell's hair, skin particles, something else?
I had several communications with our local agent, Cameron Smith, about things that I felt were missed through a couple different processes by them, and they remained at the level the FBI left it at.
So the FBI decided not to test, is what
Yes.
you're saying? Okay. You testified you sent certain items off to the DCI to be tested for bleach, right?
Yes.
So I can assume that the DCI at least has the capabilities to test items for the presence of bleach, right?
Yes.
Is it fair for me to assume then that the FBI has the same capability?
I would imagine so.
Did anyone ask the FBI to test any item that was sent there for the presence of bleach?
I don't know specifically what's in all of those reports. Their evidence requests were made and completed by FBI agents.
Would you have preferred to see items tested for bleach if you would have made those requests?
Yes, I would.
And that's because the assumption is that Mr. Dinkins killed evidence, DNA type evidence, physical type evidence with bleach, right?
It's a possibility.
And would you agree with me, being the kind of case agent in this case, that we have no evidence that bleach was used anywhere in this case?
Correct. There's no signs of it being revealed in any sort of test.
Okay. So just to summarize, we have no DNA at all putting Brazier Terrell in that car, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I think so.
We're all just,
No blood, no semen connecting either Brazier Terrell to Henry Dinkins or vice versa.
Correct.
You were involved in some interviews of this young boy named DL, right?
Yes.
Now, by the time you were involved with interviewing him, how many times had he been interviewed prior?
I had him in a vehicle ride with Detective Hammis, and I believe at that point he had had 2 structured interviews
Okay.
prior to that.
And you reviewed those interviews prior to taking him on the ride?
I had summaries given to me by the people who did them.
So the summaries you were given in the interviews prior, he had not talked about any bloody machete in those first 2 interviews, had he?
There's 2 different things there. I guess you're asking if I can clarify it.
Sure.
I had information that he saw a machete, and then it was wiped off.
Okay. But you have information that he made that disclosure to Detective Hammis, right?
Yes.
And you also had information that when he made that disclosure to Detective Hammis, she dug a little deeper into how he knew that, right?
Yes.
And he told her that he was told, DL, by an officer downtown about the bloody machete, right?
I don't remember the exact contents of that one.
Okay. Well, Detective Hammis, when she interviews people, she reduces that to a report, right?
Yes.
And she's a good report writer, right?
She is.
Very thorough, right?
Yes, she is.
And if that's in one of her reports, we can rely on that as likely being true.
I would.
Okay, we could talk to her about that, and we will. He also, DL, talked about Credit Island. Did you go with him to Credit Island?
On the day that I was with him, yes.
Did it turn out that Credit Island really had any relevance to this investigation?
Not with respect to the overall discovery, other than the phone records and video shows they were in the area of Credit Island.
Did he talk to you about Henry going fishing there?
No.
Did he tell you that Henry got out and there were 6 people there?
At Credit Island?
Yes.
I don't recall it if there was.
Okay. Would that be a detail that, had he told you, you'd likely remember? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
You'd want to know if other people were present, and you note that, right?
I would, yes.
And how did it happen that DL wound up north on 61 going toward Clinton?
The area north of Scott County is an area that I wanted to explore for purposes of his memory recollection. I'm referring to DL. Based off of the cell phone ping at the Comanche, Iowa, which is adjacent to Clinton, just on the south side of it.
Okay, so DL didn't direct you that route. It was officers having knowledge of phone pings taking him to the north side of Davenport heading toward Clinton, right?
Yes, and in a full aspect of that, when Henry Dinkins and DL left the apartment just after sunup that morning, they were together, leaving there by statements of, in totality, how we came across DL later that morning, and by Andrea Culberson saying that DL left with his father in those early daylight hours, and then vehicle surveillance shows the maroon Impala traveling north out of the city of Davenport and goes by a couple different highway cameras. So that creates that distance north where DL would likely be in the vehicle, and it's going towards the direction of the Comanche phone ping that we had knowledge of by the time that took place.
Well, sure, and I understand all that. But what I'm saying is this little boy didn't say, hey, we need to go north of town toward Clinton. It was officers who put him in the car and start heading that way as the basis for going toward Clinton, right?
Correct.
And DL had no memories of going out toward Clinton on 61 until you guys started driving that way, right?
Correct.
And at this point, this is the third time he's been interviewed. He still hasn't said anything about going to Walmart, has he?
I don't believe so.
Right. Now, as you go north toward Clinton on 61, you seem to put some stock in the fact that he makes a comment in passing about you need to keep going when you turned east toward Clinton, right?
He did make that comment, yes.
Why didn't you keep going?
For me at that point in time, I knew of the Walmart and I knew where the phone ping came from, and I believed that to be something that would be the freshest for a memory recall event to get in an area that would most likely be factually rememberable.
Well, because he's told a couple different stories at this point, you'd agree, right?
Different, yes. Some things not flowing.
Right, so at this point, you're having a hard time figuring out what he's saying that's credible and what he's saying that's not credible. Is that a fair statement?
Mixed with confusion, yes.
Okay. Did he tell you he fell asleep in there at any point in time?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. When he got him to the Walmart, did he have a recollection of going to Walmart?
Yes, he did.
So it's that point in time when you drive him to this Walmart, he says, oh yeah, I remember I was here now, right?
He did.
And it was at that time he says, oh yeah, now I remember playing with Dad's phone, right?
Yes.
But it wasn't until then that he coughed up the information about the phone and saying very specifically, I took the battery out and put it back in because I was worried about getting in trouble, right?
Correct.
Now, did you interview him after that ride at all?
No. I mean, there's conversation in the car, but as far as an interview structure, no.
So, after remains were found, you had a conversation with Aisha Langford, right?
We had several, yes.
Well, you had one where you told her that there was a break in the case, and then finally that Aisha had been recovered, correct?
Breasia.
Breasia, I'm sorry, right?
Yes.
And you told her that Breasia had been shot, right?
I did.
And you did that just with Aisha in the room. Is that fair?
Aisha was there. I think she had one other family support person. I had also reached out to our advocacy partners who had been with us a couple different times and looking. I don't know if they were there at that moment or not, or just on their way.
Point is, DL wasn't in the room.
He was not in that room. He was in his bedroom, which is just next to that area.
DL was a precocious young boy at that point, right?
Yes.
Kind of rambunctious.
Very.
Okay. Did you get a call from Aisha in the weeks following that disclosure, but before Mr. Dinkins' arrest, that DL now had new information?
Yes.
What was that information?
He had been saying that he saw his dad shoot his sister.
So did you take a report on that?
We met with DHS, who filed a report on it, and we had conversations about that.
With DL?
And Aisha together.
What did DL tell you?
He said that I'm paraphrasing a little, the gist of it was he had looked back and he made some motion of bang, bang, bang of some sort. And it was his dad shooting his sister.
Did you put any credibility in that?
It was very low to no to me,
Why do you say that?
based on the fact that he heard the conversation that I had with his mother. I had no other ways of corroborating what that was at that point in that phase of the investigation, and there was nothing else to go off of at that point to rule that statement credible or uncredible.
Did he at any point talk to you about being at the scene where supposedly he saw his dad shoot his sister and have him pour bleach on the bushes?
The conversations that I've been a part of, he talked about being there and seeing his dad go down into the wooded area to use the bathroom, and he had this machete with him, and when he came back out of the woods, he wiped it off and put it back in the trunk. And that was the best details that I heard from him.
So he said he wiped the machete off in the wood, or had to come out of the woods, not at Schmidt Road?
From my recollection, it was wiped off as he was putting it in the trunk, and then they had later driven that morning down around the Credit Island area, came back to the motorhome, and then it was transferred from the trunk to the inside of the motorhome.
But he never said anything about his dad getting out of the car on a gravel road and pouring bleach in the bushes.
I do not recall any of that, no.
If that were testified to here at trial, that'd be the first time you heard it.
Yes.
So there was discussion about this machete and your vast knowledge of the City of Davenport maintenance. Have you ever used a machete?
Yes.
Have you ever tried to cut a less than 1 inch round piece of brush or twig with it just by smacking it?
My only experience with it is tall, I call it weed grass, tall straw type material is all I've done with one.
Did you inspect the machete in this case?
I did not look at that one up close. It was packaged for evidence processing.
In your view of it, though, did it appear to be still sharp? And
From the pictures I saw, I noted to be one that I had not seen before. It was serrated on one side and then had a ground knife edge on the other.
okay. Did it appear to be one with heavy use?
Not from what I saw.
So I'm just trying to picture how this physically would have been accomplished. First of all, as I understand it, where Briage's remains were found, that's where she was killed. Is that a fair statement?
I don't know that anybody can discern that.
Okay. So Mr. Dinkins would have had to be armed with a gun, assuming this is true, that she was killed right there, have a 10-year-old girl with him, keeping her under control, and if the state's intimation is right, chopping branches with a machete to get through the brush, right?
It's not the theory that I necessarily view with it.
Okay, that's fair. And when Briage's remains were found, the 4X T-shirt was still, the best we could tell, on her body?
Yes, with the exception of probably being tugged by animals and things like that.
And the bra was still on her body?
Yeah.
And the shorts were still on her body?
Yes.
So she had not been even by animals, rodents, birds, whatever, disrobed?
No.
Okay. And the results of testing on those items, when they were sent to the DCI lab, no bleach was found.
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you. Sergeant Pfeiffer, you keep being asked questions about no bleach being found. Is that actually an accurate statement relative to the submissions to the DCI lab based on your review of their reports?
I guess with respect to which piece?
Well, for example, with the passage of time, with the exposure of clothing to the elements, does that pose difficulties in being able to test for the presence of bleach?
Yes.
And was that a factor in this particular case?
Yes, I was told that it would be a very improbable amount of potential that bleach would be still detectable after the seasons of rain and snow that had happened during the time that Briage's body was in the elements.
So is that testimony that we need to wait and hear about from the criminalist who did the testing?
Yes.
All right. Now, Sergeant Pfeiffer, did you have a chance to visit with any of the FBI analysts from Quantico to speak with them about whether or not they even had the instrumentation to test for bleach?
Yes.
Okay, and let me ask you this. We've had a FBI analyst who has come in and testified about that particular topic. Should we rely on the testimony of the FBI analyst who spoke to that issue here in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right. And have you ever worked in a laboratory setting where you do any type of DNA analysis?
No.
Have you ever worked in a laboratory a setting where you do any type of trace evidence analysis?
No.
Have you ever worked in an FBI laboratory setting where you would test for different types of products, such as the presence of bleach?
No.
All right. So as far as the individuals who could speak to those issues, who are the individuals' testimony that we should rely upon for that?
The FBI criminalists and the criminalists from DCI.
Certainly. Taking that a step further, when items of evidence are submitted to the DCI laboratory. As a detective, over the course of your 2 decades in law enforcement, have you made a number of submissions to the DCI laboratory to ask for items of evidence that are tested?
Yes.
Now, do you have a laundry list of items that you would like to have tested when you do submissions?
Yes.
But does that necessarily mean that the criminalists are going to test everything that you have requested?
No, they can be particular about certain areas of closing, and there is a quantifiable amount of evidence that they have a standard on, and then variances can be authorized.
And so then, therefore, do we need to rely on the testimony of the criminalists or the analyst who would speak to those issues and identify what items of evidence would be valuable for purposes of any type of testing that they do?
Yes, we do.
All right. Now let's go back and let's talk about DL. You've been asked a lot of questions about things that DL had stated. Did you ever sit in on the interview that Detective Obert did of DL on July 10th?
No.
Okay. There was a transition from Detective Obert to Detective Maureen Hammis on July 10th, where she then did an interview of DL. Can you speak to that issue and why the child then was subsequently by Detective Hammis?
Other than a particular skill set, Detective Hammis is a certified child forensic interviewer, and she had many years of experience interviewing children. In our local Scott County trauma team, we had not always used forensic interviewers. At one time, the Davenport Police Department did a lot of those forensic interviews in-house, and so oftentimes Detective Hammis is tasked with some of those events, especially when they're rapid and evolving.
Certainly. And speaking to that topic, when the initial complaint came in, was the initial complaint ever viewed as an investigation of DL as being a child who had potentially been sexually abused or physically abused?
No.
All right. And so then at the initiation of the investigation, as far as what the perspective of law enforcement was when they started that initial conversation with DL, what was law enforcement trying to accomplish?
At that particular phase, law enforcement was trying to determine who were the people around, when was this child last seen, and were there any other dynamics taking place in the household leading up to this event.
Okay, so within that context then, in speaking with DL, was there, and I don't know if you would know this, but was law enforcement just trying to identify anyone that Breasia would have had contact with, and just a simple timeline of events as they played out?
Yes, we worked on developing a timeline that would show even when the video game system was logged into, I don't remember the game they were playing at this point, but to try to establish the events that they had described playing.
Okay, let's talk about that particular subject matter. During the course of interviews was information provided by Andrea Culberson that both children had been playing video games at her residence.
Yes, there was.
And then while the children were present at her residence, did she have some type of gaming systems that at least one of the children had been using?
Yes, they did.
Okay, so was that gaming system yet another mechanism that was the subject of a search warrant and then processed to determine whether there was evidence which would confirm those reports? The children were playing video games.
Yes, I had one of our investigators conduct a search warrant with the video game platform to verify the internet connectivity through the IP address of that device logged into the server that the game was associated with. I don't know the particular names or platforms of it off the top of my head today, but those results came back and they did corroborate the fact that they were playing the game during at least the 9 p.m. hours that was explained.
All right. Was the perspective of law enforcement changing as we proceeded from the morning of July 10th through the evening of July 10th?
Yes.
So the initial perspective would have been what?
That Breasia woke up and wandered off.
Okay. And then as the day is proceeding, Mr. Dinkins is interviewed, Aisha Langford is interviewed. We've got the initial interview that Detective Obert has done of Detorius. Andrea Culberson is interviewed. And then we go to a more structured interview of DL. Do the dynamics of the investigation change?
Yes, there's a considerable amount of physical evidence sightings that are compiled early on in the evening hours of July 10th.
Okay. And then so by virtue of that, does that change the complexion of the investigation and then decisions made about doing a different structured type of interview with DL?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you sit in on any of the interviews that Detective Hammes did with DL?
I did not.
Actually, Detective Hammes, would she be the best person to speak to about any statements that DL had provided to her?
She would.
Okay. And then I'm just going to ask this question. It's a very simple yes or no. Were you aware of DL making statements to Detective Hammes about his father having taken bleach down by the water?
No.
All right. So is that a topic that we should talk with Detective Hammes about?
Yes.
I'd like to discuss with you the theory about the use of the machete and discussions we've had about brush that was located near the area of Briace's remains. You were out there, just based on what you saw, the brush that you noted had those clean cuts. What was the physical placement of that brush relative to the skeletal remains?
Directly over the area where
Okay.
the remains were.
And so with you seeing that brush with those clean cuts over the top of the skeletal remains, just based on your experience as a law enforcement officer, what did that suggest to you?
That branches were cut while they had full foliage on them and used for concealment of her body.
Okay. Another topic of discussion. DL was how old at the time of this incident?
7 or 8.
Okay. For a child of 8 years old, based on video surveillance footage that was gathered, was that child taken to a number of different locations when he was with his father?
Yes, he was.
And was that verified through video surveillance footage?
Yes.
Now, recognizing that the child was taken out of Scott County to Clinton County, would they have had to have traveled some distance?
Yes.
Okay. Recognizing that the child then was brought back to Davenport down along the area of Credit Island and 743 Schmidt Road, was the child taken some distance?
Yes.
Okay. For an 8-year-old located in a vehicle, typically if we think of an 8-year-old and their stature and their ability to be able to sit high in view out of the windshield, does their size tend to restrict what it is that they're able to see?
Yes, it can.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review that video footage from the Walmart where Mr. Dinkins is pulling out and we can see that child sitting there in the front passenger seat of the vehicle?
Yes, I have.
All right, and then just based on your observations, if you could give us a perspective of that child and his size relative to what would be his perspective related to the dash, looking out the passenger window or even looking at the windshield. Speak to that topic, if you would, for me.
It's probably an unfair camera angle. These are higher mounted cameras, so you're looking down at more of a bird's eye view into that windshield, but you can discern that there is a smaller person with a white shirt on that remains in the passenger seat while Henry Dinkins goes inside.
Okay. Are you a father?
I am.
And then, of course, when you think about your children at that age, did you have any of your children ever sit in the front seat of your vehicle at that age?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, I think it's very relevant for purposes of perspective.
Sustained.
Okay. Have you ever been in a vehicle with a child that age?
I have.
Okay. And when you stop and consider the size of a child in the front passenger seat, would you agree with me that their ability to be able to see out is going to be completely different than your ability to be able to see out?
Yes.
All right. Now, as far as going to Clinton, was Mr. Dinkins inside that Walmart for a significant period of time? And when I say significant, more than a minute or so.
Yes, I believe it was maybe 10.
Okay. And based on the video surveillance footage, was that child then inside that car the entire time?
Yes.
All right. With an 8-year-old child being in a vehicle, are you able to account for that child's movement around the vehicle?
Not on the inside of the vehicle.
All right. So, just when you think about various circumstances, the typical, human, I guess, evaluation of an incident. You've got an 8-year-old child in the vehicle. So just by saying that you've got an 8-year-old child in the vehicle of a passenger seat, is it natural just to assume that that child just sat there and did nothing else?
Objection calls for speculation.
It doesn't call for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. Speaking to the topic of an 8-year-old, do you have to consider the possibility that child may be moving about that vehicle?
You could consider it.
Certainly. So let's go back to the topic of DL and the question of various statements that he made. With every statement that he made through the course of various interviews, did law enforcement take that information and use that as a basis for evidence that they searched for throughout the entirety of the investigation?
Yes.
And with respect to the child's statements, was there either physical evidence or video surveillance footage that was captured that corroborated what that child said?
Yes.
Okay. As, you know, a detective involved in this investigation, were you surprised by the amount of independent evidence that was collected that would corroborate details provided by this child?
Objection, irrelevant and immaterial, whether or not he was surprised.
Your Honor, this goes specifically to questions that counsel had asked the witness to suggest that this child was making statements all over the place and you couldn't view the child as credible.
The objection's overruled.
So as far as being surprised, I don't know that's the right phrase for it, but
Go ahead.
the statements were verified by all of those different comparisons of either optical viewings and surveillance or physical evidence recovered based off of statements made.
Okay. With any investigation, when individuals make statements to law enforcement, what does law enforcement do with those statements?
We try to fact check them, and I'm not surprised when people tell the truth, but it has to be verified as much as possible to come to some conclusion of if the statements are valuable or not.
All right. Okay. One final topic of discussion involves counsel's questions to you relative to the discovery of the skeletal remains and the clothing there about the body. Counsel asked you whether or not the child was disrobed at that point in time. Do you recall that question?
I do, I'm sorry.
All right. With Mr. Dinkins being down in the area of 743 Schmidt Road, prior to the 3 o'clock hour, when Andrea Culberson woke up and discovered Mr. Dinkins gone and Briasia gone, can we account for what happened inside that RV when he went in and stayed for a period of 10 minutes on 2 separate occasions?
No.
But do we know that Briasia is not in that apartment as of 3 a.m.?
Yes, we do.
And so is it significant that Mr. Dinkins, in his interview, never mentions being down in the area of that RV and Credit Island between the 2 and 3 o'clock hour?
He never mentions it.
Okay. Is it significant then that based on time elements, there's a vehicle entering on Credit Island and coming off of Credit Island during that 2 to 3 o'clock time frame?
I believe it is.
Okay. Is it also significant that after Andrea Culberson saw the child standing there by the passenger side of the Impala at 3:30, she sees Mr. Dinkins leaves, looks out, the vehicle's no longer there, Mr. Dinkins is no longer there, and Briasia is no longer there. But we have him up at the quick shop at 3:30 to 2 a.m. where he's making purchases and purchasing gas and leaving at 3:38 a.m. Can we account for what would have transpired between that time frame and then when he showed back up at the apartment prior to 5:50 a.m. to pick up Detorius?
No, we cannot.
Okay. Now, was there evidence that was gathered in the course of the investigation that would have tied Mr. Dinkins to the location where Briage's remains were recovered before 5:50 a.m. and after that 3:38 a.m. time frame on July 10th.
Yes.
And that evidence is what?
Jared Brinks was driving to work on that morning of July 10th, and he came forward and described a subject jumping up in the middle of the median on Highway 61, adjacent to the Kunal implement, and Jared Brinks pulled over, offered assistance. He described this individual matching the description of Henry Dinkins, and that he was stuck off the side of the road, and Jared Brinks put him in his truck, drove him over to the location where the maroon Chevy Impala had gone off the side of the road a little bit. Jared Brinks explained that he hooked a chain to the front corner underneath the Impala, hooked it to his truck, pulled it out. He said that the individual offered him $100 for that, which he said he didn't receive, and he drove off and went to work, which he works down here southwest of Davenport in a little town called Buffalo.
All right. Was Jared Brinks' cell phone then submitted to the FBI lab with our special agent Richard Fennerin doing the processing of that cell phone to identify its location during the early morning hours of July 10th?
Yes, it was.
All right. And was that phone located, hitting off cell phone towers in that area after 3:38 a.m. and before 5:50 a.m. when Mr. Dinkins came back to the apartment?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And is that testimony we're going to be hearing about?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Sir, the clothing of Briasia Terrell showed no evidence of being sliced with a machete, did it?
None that could be detected, no.
Showed no evidence of being cut with any sharp object at all, did it?
No.
It was all intact, right?
For the most part, yes.
And it had no blood on it, did it?
Not that was detectable.
And that's a fact that was not corroborated of DL's, was it?
I'm not aware of him talking about her being bloody in my interactions.
Okay. Well, the machete would have gotten bloody somehow. We can assume that was from Briasia, right?
I don't have that information to provide.
Now, the investigation and interviews of DL, it's very important to keep them pristine and just very, very untainted, right?
As much as possible.
But you'll agree that his story that he was present when his sister got shot came directly from you.
I believe so.
Okay. You mentioned something about it was important in that first day to kind of understand the dynamics of what was going on in the home in response to counsel's questions about DL. Expand on that for me. What do you mean?
So, and not in a negative fashion, is my context of that. Anytime there is an event in a household, especially if someone runs away or there are circumstances where the dynamics and the composition of everybody that's home changes for some sort of reason, we try to isolate and separate those people to try to get the best feel for what was the temperature of the evening. Were there arguments between the adults, and did that scare kids and make them go hide? That happens sometimes. Were there just other arguments, or was everybody just having a great time and it's just completely unexplainable? And so that's what I'm referring to by trying to capture that.
In the dynamics in Henry Dinkins' household leading up to the evening of July 10th was everybody was getting along and having a great time, right?
Yes.
Counsel talked about the DCI report and the bleach. The fact is there's no bleach detected, right? I don't care the reason.
Right.
And counsel talked about you submitting things for all these years to the DCI, and perhaps they don't test for it. It doesn't stop you from submitting items, right?
That's correct.
Your job is to collect evidence and ask to have it tested. They do what they want, right?
Correct.
And you may think something that's relevant, and you may want it tested, but they do what they want, right?
By their standards, yes.
Right. So that's what you did in this case. You thought bleach might be there, and they thought for whatever reason they may not find it, so they didn't test for it on certain items, right?
Correct.
In fact, they did test the white bottle that they thought would contain bleach possibly, and there was no bleach in it.
Right.
Okay. What we do know for a fact, however, is that the DCI, our Iowa State Criminalistics Laboratory, is someone you deal with regularly, right?
Yes.
Weekly?
Yes.
What we do know is that all the evidence that was sent off to the FBI crime lab was sent off to them within maybe a week or two of Breasia Terrell's disappearance. We can agree on that.
Yes.
And it was back in Davenport PD's possession, I'm going to say no later than October 1st, 2020. Can we agree on that?
It'd be close.
What prevented you or anyone else at Davenport PD from sending off that evidence that wasn't tested for bleach at the FBI, assuming for sake of argument that the nation's top crime lab can't test for bleach, okay? Sending that off to Ankeny, like the cuttings from the Impala, for instance, and say, hey, DCI, we think we should test for bleach because maybe Henry Dinkins bleached out the inside of his car. Sending it off to the DCI and saying, please test. What stopped the Davenport Police Department from doing that?
Discussions with the command staff in our ID and Evidence Bureau. They took a position that they were not going to re-examine things that were sent to the FBI, whether there was a conflict or they were not tested. The two entities were going to be responsible for their own independent results and not cross paths. Not a decision of mine, but that is a decision that was made at that time.
So up the chain.
Yes, sir.
So you're telling me that we didn't have a test for bleach from the FBI, and someone up the chain at the Davenport PD says, we aren't going to test for it because we don't want to step on toes at the FBI?
Semantically, that's close. What was decided is that what this lab determined to be factual in their examination was going to remain at that lab, and that we weren't going to pin different lab technicians against one another.
Even if it wasn't tested for, that was the decision?
But those are those labs' decisions to do what they did.
Even if they weren't requested?
I have to rely on what their expertise is.
And I don't mean to come after you because it wasn't your decision. I'm just kind of befuddled by this. That's the decision, right?
That was the decision.
Council talked about Jared Brink a little bit, so I have to talk about Jared Brink a little bit. Mr. Brink's deceased, right?
He is.
He was asked to identify Mr. Dinkins out of a lineup, right?
I don't know that part of it off the top of my head.
Do you know if he was able to identify Mr. Dinkins out of a photo lineup?
What was relayed to me at that time was his recognition of the Bolo news article that was sent out.
Did he recognize, or do you know, that he indicated that it was a whole different time of year that he pulled this vehicle out of the ditch?
No, I don't know that.
Do you know that he indicated the vehicle he pulled out of the ditch had a big dent in it?
No,
And you've seen Mr. Dinkins Impala he was driving many, many, many times, right?
I have.
No big dent in that Impala, is there?
No.
That's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Give me a moment.
Sorry. This is one moment.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as, or previously introduced as State's Exhibit 142-1. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
142-1. Okay. Sergeant Piper, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 142-1. Look at that for a moment. I just want to reorient you to a question that I'm going to ask. Okay?
Go ahead.
All right. Your Honor, may I publish this exhibit?
I took
You may.
Sergeant Piper, I just want to make sure there's no confusion. Was there a white jug that was sent to the DCI laboratory for testing to determine whether they could detect bleach?
From which, from up here?
At Kunow Implement.
No, because of the size of it not being involved.
Are you sure about that?
Well, no, if you have something that's different, there were several different bottles throughout the course of this case.
All right, so
I could
here's
be
the thing
confused
that I
on one.
Sure, let me just do this. Okay, going to 142-1. For purposes of our written record, again, what is this exhibit?
So this is a printout that is generated from a evidence documenting practice utilizing the total station crime scene detection process, which takes different plotted points from a known datum point. So there's a point selected, and then everything is so far from that point to the piece of evidence.
All right. As we look at 142-1, on this diagram generated from the total station by Sergeant Mayer, do we see an item identified as a white jug?
You do right here, you have number 1.
All right, thank you. And then, of course, what was that believed to be when it was seized?
A 1-gallon container.
For what type of product?
Bleach.
Did it have any labels on it at that point in time?
No.
What created the impression that it might potentially be a gallon jug for bleach?
That it resembles a bleach jug.
Certainly. And, of course, what was the size of the bottles of bleach that Mr. Dinkins purchased from Walmart at 7 a.m. on July 10th?
I believe they were 82 ounces. They were less than a gallon size.
All right. At any rate, do you know, and just yes or no, whether or not there was a white gallon jug submitted to the DCI lab to see if they could test it for the presence of bleach?
Not my recollection that one was sent.
Okay. And then should we just go ahead and rely on the criminalist and what we have relative to chain of custody that would speak to that particular issue?
I would.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, Sergeant Pfeiffer, the other topic that I want to talk with you about, there's been this discussion about, okay, we're going to send things to the FBI laboratory, and then we're going to question their findings, and then we're going to submit things to the DCI laboratory. Do you rely on these experts who work in these fields for knowing what they're doing and making determinations about the presence of evidence or the lack of presence of evidence?
Exclusively.
Certainly. And so then are you going to keep sending things to one laboratory after another laboratory after another laboratory, hoping that you're going to get a different result?
No.
Have you ever done that at any time in your career?
No.
I have no further questions.
Well, exhibit 142-1, there were 2 entries in green. I believe one was a shirt and one was a pair of shorts that had nothing to do with this case.
No.
Recall that?
Your Honor, I think counsel he's mischaracterizing the record in terms of the items that were located out there, outside of the remains.
I don't know that that's an objection or not, Mr. Freeze, but I'm going to ask that you rephrase your question, please.
You were showing exhibit 142-1 just a moment ago.
Yes, sir.
There was 2 green dots outside of the immediate area of the remains. You saw those, right?
Yes.
One was a shirt, correct?
Yes.
One was a pair of shorts, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. That is a mischaracterization of the record.
I believe Ms. Cunningham may be correct in regards to the shorts.
I'll rephrase. The second one was a shirt as well, right?
Oh, the green dot's correct.
Okay. What relevance did those two shirts have to this investigation?
So you're talking about two shirts away from the body.
Right.
Based off the size of them, they were not relevant at that point.
Were they seized?
Everything was collected.
Were they tested?
I do not believe those were tested.
From the presence of two shirts out there, we can assume that at least one other person had been out there at the scene prior to Briege's remains being found, right?
I wouldn't make that connection, no.
Okay. What other connection can we make that two other shirts were near the location of Briege's remains other than someone else left them there?
In August of 2020, there was the derecho storm that went through that area that had 80 to 90 mile an hour direct line winds, and there were trees damaged in that area and debris blown into that area. And as you know, wooded areas are kind of a catch net for things that are just blowing across open fields, which is that area.
So is your testimony the derecho possibly deposited two shirts there?
I think it's very possible.
Very well. That's all I have.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Ms. Cunningham, if you could wait one moment, please.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Thank you for everyone's patience while we addressed a technical issue. Ms. Cunningham, I understand you'll be calling in another witness, but we're close to the 10:30 hour, and I would like to make a record of our bench conference during the witness of David Baker, and I think that would be a good time to do that at this time, and then take our mid-morning break, and then we're not interrupting a witness within minutes of them beginning their testimony. We did have a bench conference during David Baker's testimony. I believe Mr. Waters was asking a question concerning convictions, and it was discussed during the bench conference that essentially Mr. Waters was not going to ask specifically what he was being incarcerated for. He was essentially trying to elicit if he obtained any favors in exchange for his testimony in this case, and that was his initial question to start going down that line of questioning, and based on that explanation, the state had no further objection, and the court agreed that that would be proper questioning, but any questioning as to his actual charges would not be appropriate. Mr. Waters, is that a fair summary of that discussion?
It is, Your Honor.
And Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We'll be in adjournment for approximately 15 minutes. We'll reconvene approximately at 10:40.
Wojciechowski.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Yep, it's Adam Wojciechowski, A-D-A-M, Wojciechowski spelled W-O-J-C-I-E-C-H-O-W-S-K-I.
So exactly like it sounds, huh?
Just like it sounds.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a deputy with the Clinton County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you worked for the Clinton County Sheriff's Department?
6 years.
Have you worked anywhere else in law enforcement?
No.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and the training you've received for your position?
I have a bachelor's degree from Ashford University, and then I have also a master's degree in business from Ashford University. I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in 2017. Like I said, Clinton County Sheriff's Department is the only place I've worked since then. I was assigned to road patrol right out of the academy, and I've held that same position ever since.
What are your duties as a patrol deputy for the Clinton County Sheriff's Office?
It ranges from everything from handling day-to-day calls for service, serving civil papers, interviews, traffic stops, normal patrol, things like that.
And were you working in this capacity back on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes.
And what shift were you working that day?
That would have been night shift.
What hours does the night shift cover?
So we work 12-hour shifts, so it's 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And at some point, were you dispatched to the area near Kuhnau Implement?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have been dispatched to that area?
Approximately what time? No, but it was right around the time I did come on shift, so I think it was around 6 p.m., maybe 7 p.m.
Sometime between 6 and 7 p.m.?
Yeah, I think so.
And do you know why you were dispatched to that area?
Originally, it came out as a call for service for a possible body that was found.
Now, are you familiar with the area near Kuhnau Implement?
Yes.
Do you know the approximate address of that area?
Not the approximate address. The area where the body was supposedly found doesn't really have an exact address, but it's between 212th, 218th Street and 270th Avenue. It's just right off Highway 61. It's visible from the highway on the east side.
So you knew where to go when you were dispatched to that area?
Yeah, I knew exactly where to go when they said that it was at the pond just south of Kuhnau.
What did you observe when you first arrived at that location?
When I first arrived, I met with the caller. There were two gentlemen that were down there fishing that called in that they had found possibly a skull, possibly a body.
And do you recall their names at all?
No.
Does the name Brendan Rogge sound familiar?
Yeah, Rogge, I think it was like Rogge or Rogie.
And when you arrived, where were they located?
They were standing up on the road.
Do you recall which road?
Oh, yeah, it's 270th Avenue. It's a gravel road.
Now, right next to you here it states Exhibit 41, and there is a pointer on your left as well. First of all, are you familiar with what's being depicted in States Exhibit 41?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a map, a location of Kuhnau, and also the wooded area to the south where the body was found.
In March of 2021, what was the vegetation like in this particular area?
Yeah, so the vegetation in March is, it's obviously very light, just tree branches, some heavy, thick bushes.
Is it like that all year round?
No, in the summertime, springtime, and then like late fall, it's pretty thick in terms of leaf coverage, foliage. Like the satellite picture you're showing there, you can see like really well. In the summertime, you wouldn't be able to really even see the pond.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 42. Once you made contact with the callers, describe for us how you would have proceeded at that time.
Well, once I spoke with the callers, I told them to stay up on the road, which would be right around here, and then I walked down this path, because that's what I said where the body was located, right about there. So I didn't obviously want them to go with me. I wanted to try and preserve whatever was there. When I located the area where they said the body was, I did notice that there was a human skull sitting up, what looked like to be on the chest of the body, and then there was some black hair coiled up right underneath the skull.
Now, you had indicated with a pointer your path of travel, just for the purposes of the written record. Did you point to, it appears to be two different driveways?
Yeah, so this driveway here it's pretty much vertical. It's kind of like a ramp that people go off of, I think, with ATVs. You can kind of notice how it's even a little, like it's a little tighter. It's not like a car would go up and down there. And then this one here is still pretty vertical, but you would need like a SUV or a truck to get down there.
And the first driveway you were talking about, the way this is depicted would be,
That one?
yes, is that, I guess, the southern driveway on this road?
Yep.
Okay, and then the first one, the one that you actually walked down,
Yep.
that would be the northern.
That one.
I'm calling it a driveway. Is that what you would refer to it as?
Sure.
Okay. So you had walked down that path. Is there a reason you didn't drive?
I didn't want to get stuck.
Were you in a department-issued squad car that
Yeah,
day?
I was in a Ford Explorer, but like I said, it's still pretty vertical, and I was also thinking from a preserving the crime scene standpoint. If I drive down there in a car, I don't really see what I'm driving over. I prefer to walk.
Had the people you met with directed you to the general area where they believed they had found a body?
Yeah, from the road, they stood over by the driveway, as you said, the northern one, and they pointed right for where, kind of for me to go. One guy actually kind of walked a little bit with me, and then I excused him to go back up to the road.
And again, with the pointer, can you show us where then you would have walked?
I would have walked right down this path and then into this area here. You can't really see it again because of the trees, but there's actually a rock formation right here, kind of like a 15-foot wall. Originally, this area was an old quarry test site.
And so once you got to that area, I believe you said you did see a skull.
Yes.
Were you able to determine if it was a human skull or anything along those lines?
Yeah, I determined that it was a human skull just from looking at it. I probably got within a few feet and kind of stood over it. 4 or 5 feet, I'd say, is about the closest I got to it.
And you also observed some hair?
Yes, I observed some black curly hair.
Do you recall observing any other skeletal remains at that time?
Yeah, like I said, you could kind of see the chest, and then I would think part of like a leg. And based on what I was seeing and the size of the skull, I thought that it was a small body, possibly a child.
Do you recall seeing any clothing at that time?
No. Excuse me, I did see a flip-flop to the right. I believe it was white or pink.
Based on the hair, were you able to make any sort of determination about the ancestry of that hair?
Based on the curliness of the hair and the way that it looked, I thought that it could be an African-American type person.
Were you familiar with a missing child case out of Davenport involving Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
Now, back in July of 2020, had you assisted with any of the searches in the Clinton County area?
Yes. I was assigned to like the southwest area down by the Wapsie.
And so when you arrived at this location and you're observing these skeletal remains, and you've already testified it appeared small, like a small child, what were you thinking at that time?
I immediately thought that it was Breasia Terrell.
So at that point, how did you proceed?
Well, at that point, I told dispatch over the radio that it's confirmed to what the call for service had stated. I didn't say over the radio that it was a body. I didn't want people that use scanners to know what was really going on. I wanted to keep it quiet. So I told them that had been confirmed. And then I used my cell phone to call dispatch to notify my sheriff, Bill Greenwald.
Once you notified your sheriff, then how did you proceed?
So then I immediately used some police tape to kind of make a quarantine safe zone around the scene.
And approximately what size of, I guess I'm going to call it a perimeter, would you have?
Yeah. So I used like I said before, there's that rock wall to the north. I kind of used that as my northern base for the perimeter. And then I made a horseshoe going around the trees, maybe like 40 feet away from the body in all directions. I went all the way down to where the pond's located on the southwest, and then I went to the east, and then back up to the north.
What was the purpose of doing that?
To preserve and to keep people out.
While you were doing that, did more law enforcement arrive on scene?
Yes.
Do you know which departments those law enforcement agencies were from?
Yep, so some more deputies had arrived from our department, and then also the Davenport Police Department. Clinton Police Department also arrived to help with the perimeter. Several DCI agents arrived on scene.
Once you established that initial perimeter, what was the rest of your involvement there on scene?
The rest of my involvement for that night was to do a log to keep track of who came and went. I did that for a few hours, and then I was told by my sheriff to pass that log off to Davenport. So then they became responsible for tracking who came and went. Like I said earlier, our shifts are 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. I stayed on scene till midnight, and then another deputy came from midnight to 6 a.m.
Now, you've testified that you're familiar with this particular area.
Yeah.
Is this a well-traveled pond?
No.
Is this an area that, the roads are, I guess, well-traveled themselves as well?
Well, that's the thing. This is a well-traveled area in terms of roads. Like 218th, 212th Street, yes, 270th Avenue, if you kind of want to think of it as like a back alleyway that goes behind Kunow, which creates kind of like a pie-shaped property. Really, nobody uses that gravel road very often, I would say. But then you also have Highway 61 there, which is also traveled a lot. So it's in a very centralized location in our county, but I bet people don't even know it's there for the most part.
The pond area, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
And again, you described the vegetation and how it changes throughout the year. If you're driving on 270th Avenue in the summer or even the fall, would you be able to even view that pond from 270th Avenue?
You'd be able to view it, but the only angle you could view it from, again, would be right about there, looking down into the southwest. When you're coming north and looking, you can't see that pond. The vegetation is just too thick.
Now, 270th Avenue, what type of road is that?
It's a gravel road.
And depending on the weather conditions, is it easy to drive on that road?
Yeah, I mean, it's a well-maintained gravel road. It's not like a B road, which would be more difficult. I would say it's easy to drive on. Any car could go down it.
Particularly on it's the west portion of 270th. Now, you've described it being sort of vertical going
Yeah.
down to that pond. Is that consistent with the shoulder area then?
Yeah, so the shoulder area, in terms of like a car broke down, there would be nowhere to go but to actually park on the road. On the west side of 270th Avenue and also the east side, it's like a straight ditch, you know.
And is that area more dirt?
Yes, that area is dirt mixed in with rocks from the gravel.
After then you handed off the log to the Davenport Police Department, did you have any further involvement with this investigation?
No, like I said, that night I monitored the area for safety till midnight. After that, I was relieved.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Sir, I think you just indicated that one of your jobs or tasks was to keep a log of who came and went, right?
At the beginning, yes.
Okay, and that would be, any law enforcement personnel who was there, any other crime scene technician, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then after you were done keeping that log, you had to give it over to the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, who made that decision?
That was decided by my superiors. It would have been the sheriff or the sergeant that was on scene.
Do you have any clue why a body that was found in Clinton County, why your supervisor would give that log of personnel over to the Davenport Police Department?
I did not ask.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
No further questions?
You may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Kelly Cruz to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
My name is Kelly Cruz, Kelly Kruse.
What is your occupation?
I am an associate state medical examiner at the Iowa Office of the State Medical Examiner.
How long have you been employed at the State Medical Examiner's office?
Since July 2018.
Okay. Are you considered a pathologist then?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
Certainly. And so would the title of doctor be appropriate when I talk with you, Dr. Cruz?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could please describe your educational background.
After I graduated from high school, I attended Tulane University, and I earned a Bachelor of Science in Anthropology. I then attended St. George's University. There I earned a Master of Public Health degree and then my Doctor of Medicine degree. I graduated from medical school in 2013. I then attended an anatomic and clinical pathology residency program. That was in New Jersey. I then completed a forensic pathology fellowship training program at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Maryland. After I graduated, I then came to Iowa to practice.
Okay. And is that when you began your formal career with the State Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
What is a pathologist?
A pathologist is a doctor who practices pathology, which is the study of disease processes and how they affect the human body. Forensic pathology goes a step further. They look at disease processes, but also injury and how those affect the body and ultimately lead to death.
All right. In your capacity as a State Medical Examiner's Office, or with the State Medical Examiner's Office, do you work hand in hand with law enforcement?
Yes, we work closely with law enforcement.
And describe the nature of the professional relationship that exists between your office and law enforcement agencies throughout the state of Iowa.
So our office serves the majority of the state of Iowa, usually with the exceptions of Johnson County and Muscatine. We work with all agencies then outside of those counties. Most times when a person comes to our office, they have a sudden and unexpected death. And in those cases, law enforcement investigation is warranted. So usually our interaction with law enforcement is receiving a report, and other times it may be talking on the phone, and other times it may be in person when they attend an autopsy.
Okay. And then so where there has been a body recovered, where there is an unknown cause of death, is the State Medical Examiner's Office requested to perform autopsies to determine what the cause of death would be for that individual?
We often are, and it is at the discretion of the county medical examiner who, in essence, orders the autopsy be performed by our office.
Now, describe the role of the county medical examiner's office in the context of criminal investigations and how that has bearing on any involvement that the state medical office would then engage in.
Each county has their own county medical examiner, and sometimes they have more than one. When someone has a sudden, unexpected death, that medical examiner is called to the scene. They may respond, or they may have investigators who respond. Once they learn what they think they need about the person's death, they then determine if an autopsy is necessary. Once an autopsy is deemed necessary, they then send the individual to our office, and then we perform the autopsy and essentially take over the entire case. Then we are the ones interacting with family members, we are the ones interacting with law enforcement, we will certify the death certificate and so on.
Certainly. Now, if you could speak to the issue of chain of custody, where there are human remains or even skeletal remains that are submitted to the State Medical Examiner's Office to perform an autopsy. How does that process work?
One of the more important duties of that county medical examiner or their investigators is to maintain chain of custody, especially with the body. And part of that is placing the body in a body bag, labeling the body itself, labeling the body bag, and placing a lock with a number on the body bag, so that when we receive the lock and we see it sealed, that indicates to us that no one has had access to the body during transport to our office.
Okay. And then once you receive the human remains, whether or not they be a body or skeletal remains, where is that evidence stored until the autopsy is performed?
We have two what we call coolers in our office, and we have one main one. When someone is received, we place them in that cooler. It's much colder than the normal temperature in the office, and there they stay until the autopsy is ready to be performed.
At that point, then, is the body essentially checked out and then directed to a room where you'll perform the autopsy?
That's correct.
Dr. Cruz, were you involved in performing an autopsy on skeletal remains that were collected in the area of rural Clinton County near a farm implement business known as Kunow Implement?
Yes.
All right. Who was the county medical examiner that would have responded to the crime scene and assisted in placing those skeletal remains, or I should say even taking custody of those skeletal remains that would have been sent to the state medical examiner's office?
Dr. Mary Malcolm is the county medical examiner, and she would be in charge.
Can you spell Dr. Malcolm's last name so that we have a correct spelling for our record?
I hope I spell it correctly. I
Sure.
believe it's Malcolm.
Okay. And then who would have performed the transport of those skeletal remains to the state medical examiner's office?
Each county has their own process, and I'm not entirely sure who Dr. Malcolm would use. It's often a funeral home.
Certainly. Do you know what date then the state medical examiner's office received those skeletal remains?
Those remains were transported on March 23rd, 2021, which is the day before the autopsy.
All right. What date did you perform the autopsy?
March 24th, 2021.
How was the body presented to you?
The body was presented to me in that body bag as locked and tagged by the county medical examiner, and we have a photography process that documented that. And then once the bag was opened, I had the body and then a number of bags which contained smaller bone fragments and teeth.
Okay. Since you were dealing with skeletal remains as opposed to an individual who had just recently died and law enforcement was trying to determine the cause of death, how is the autopsy process going to differ?
So the autopsy process, we try and follow the same process for everyone. However, when someone is decomposed, we do utilize a number of additional steps. One of those additional steps is taking an x-ray of the body. We will do that when someone's not decomposed for various reasons, but when someone is skeletonized, we always do that. So that was something that was performed before the actual autopsy.
At the point of death, how quickly does a body start to decompose?
The decomposition process, it varies significantly depending on the person and depending on their environment. So really it's hard to say, but ultimately at a cellular level, you start decomposing right away. When we start to see it and appreciate it better does depend on that environment.
If an individual is outside in a rural environment during the heat of the summer, is that body going to decompose much more quickly than, let's say, a body that may have been recovered in an outside environment in the middle of winter?
Yes, much more quickly.
Okay. And how does heat then facilitate the decomposition process?
The decomposition process has two components. It has autolysis, which is your body breaking itself down. And then it has putrefaction, which is bacteria breaking the body down. Heat provides a really nice nurturing environment for that bacteria, so they're able to essentially kind of take over the body and promote that decomposition process much more readily than they would in a cold environment that they really don't, in essence, enjoy being in.
Certainly. Now, when a body is decomposing, at any point in time, is there the possibility that there will still remain tissue associated with skeletal remains?
Yes.
And how would you describe that type of tissue that would still be present on the recovered skeletal remains?
In this case, even with severe decomposition, so mostly skeletonized remains, there still was tissue, which I would describe as mummified. So the water component of the soft tissue no longer remained. It was leathery and firm, similar to what you would expect to see when you do think of a mummy.
Certainly. Now let's talk about who was present for the autopsy when you performed it.
We had 2 individuals, if I can look at my report, from the Davenport Police Department. It's Jeffrey Pfeiffer and Evan Obert.
All right. And then were you assisted by technicians during this process?
Yes, I was.
As you perform an autopsy, are there photographs taken as you proceed through the various stages?
Yes.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes.
All right. So let's just start walking through it. When you received the body bag, what was the first step in that process?
Upon receipt of the body bag, the tag labeling the body bag and the lock with the lock number are photographed. Then that lock is broken, the tag is removed, and then the body, it's zippered, the zippers are opened, and then the contents of the body bag are appreciated. A photograph is taken immediately, regardless of what you can see at that time. And then if there's something like a blanket obscuring the body, then that is removed and the body is photographed again.
Were the tags appropriately secured when you received the body bag with those skeletal remains?
Yes.
All right. And then once you were able to open up the bag, just on your initial observation, what was your impression of whether you were dealing with an adult or a child?
It was difficult to tell, especially with skeletonized remains, but it was a small individual, at least with the components that we had.
Okay. Now, do you weigh those skeletal remains?
Yes.
Why?
It's part of our process, and also as extra information for our anthropologist.
Certainly. In this particular case, what all would be weighed?
Here, the skeletal remains, that mummified tissue, and there was hair and teeth also.
Sure.
All of that was weighed.
And what was the total weight of those remains?
The total weight was 17 pounds.
Okay. Was there any clothing within the body bag amongst those skeletal remains?
Yes.
Could you please describe that?
So there were 3 clear items of clothing. One consisted of a large light-colored shirt, potentially a white shirt, that was tattered and torn. There were black perforated gym-type shorts, and then there was a light-colored sports-type bra.
When you were able to view those items, were they significantly soiled by virtue of having been outdoors?
Yes.
Were you able to observe a tag on the shirt itself to identify the size?
Yes.
And then what was the size for the shirt?
4XL.
Now, relative to the hair, did you examine the hair?
Yes.
What did you note about the hair just upon first glance? Could it give you any indication of the ancestral background for this individual?
Yes, it was black hair, and it was affixed into dreadlocks, and there are also some seashells within it.
All right. Would you have combed through the hair itself?
Not with a comb itself, but looked very carefully through the hair for any objects that would be of importance.
Okay. In doing that, did you find anything within the hair beyond just the seashells that were attached to the hair?
Yes.
Describe what you found.
A bullet was found within the hair.
Okay. When you discovered that bullet, describe the chain of custody that you maintained for that item of evidence.
Once that bullet was identified, it was photographed within the hair. Then it was removed and photographed again alone. Then it was placed into evidence packaging and sealed by our investigator in our office.
Okay. What was the import to finding a bullet within the hair as you go through, examine the body, and then later make a determination about cause of death?
The importance here, especially since I did not know a potential cause of death, it alerted me to the possibility of there being signs of gunshot wounds. While I looked for everything else, it definitely alerted me to a higher possibility at that point.
Certainly. All right, then did you start the process of examining the entire body?
Yes.
How does that process begin?
With skeletal remains, once everything is photographed as received and things of importance like the bullet are removed, then the bones are laid out according to anatomic position in an attempt to identify what bones we do have, what we don't have, and look for injury. I utilized Dr. Garvin, a forensic anthropologist, and relied on her expertise pretty heavily. So really my job was to find things that were more particular to my area of expertise, like the bullet, and looking with, the amount of experience and expertise I have for any injury I could appreciate before she did her job.
Okay. When you perform autopsies on bodies that have been shot with a living individual, as the bullet enters the body, what are we going to see relative to the entry wound and its appearance as compared to an exit wound if the bullet actually did exit the body?
The difference between entrance and exit wounds on skin is usually pretty clear. Entrance wounds tend to be quite round. There's a lot of energy and force that comes behind that bullet, as it's usually just traveling through air before it makes contact with the skin. Other things you can see with an entrance wound as well are findings associated with close range discharge of a firearm, like soot or stippling, which are little abrasions on the skin from gunpowder. Once that bullet enters the body, it goes through organs and more soft tissue, potentially bone. It's losing a lot of energy. So once it exits the body, it more pushes through the skin in order to exit. So we don't have a round wound. We have more of a slit-like lacerated exit wound.
Okay. Dr. Cruz, given the bony structures within a body, with a bullet entering the body, does it present a good likelihood that a bullet could strike bony structure that would leave evidence behind?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, since you're dealing with skeletal remains, were you looking at the bony structures to see if you could determine a potential point of impact by bullets striking the skeletal structures within the body?
Yes.
Okay. What did you know?
So at autopsy, there was a clear gunshot wound that was evident as I was laying at all the bones. That one was in the mandible or the jawbone. There was a clear gunshot wound there. It was round, and it has what we call beveling, where on one side of the bone, the opening is larger than the other side of the bone. There's also a clear gunshot wound in one of the scapula, which are bones in the top of the back, the right scapula.
All right. Now, staying with the topic of the mandible and that gunshot wound, were you able to discern a path of travel and where that bullet may have gone after it traveled through the mandible?
Yes.
Explain.
So in the mandible, the way the beveling showed the pathway, the bullet traveled from the front of her body to the back of her body. When I do directions of wound paths, it's relative to anatomic position, with the person standing straight up, looking forward, their hands by their sides with their palms forward. So from her front to her back. Other injuries that were appreciated by me and even further characterized by Dr. Garvin were injuries to cervical vertebra, or some of her neck bones, which were right in the pathway of that injury to that mandible. So the pathway for that was front to back and left to right.
Certainly. Did it appear then that the bullet got stuck within the cervical region of the child's neck?
There was injury to that cervical region. It is possible that that bullet recovered from the hair, which is right in that same area, could represent that bullet that created that wound.
Thank you for that. And can you please explain what the presence of having been shot in the mandible and having traveled through the cervix region, what's significant about that type of injury relative to human life and causing death?
So the mandible itself and the cervical vertebra, injury to those may not necessarily be immediately life-threatening. However, there are a lot of structures surrounding them that could quickly produce death. There are a number of very large vessels in the neck in between those two that, when injured, could cause pretty rapid death or significant bleeding. Also, the spinal cord is next to those bones in the neck, and that could have been injured in the process as well, and that can have significant effects on the human body.
Okay. If a bullet strikes the spinal cord, what happens?
So the spinal cord relays information from your brain to the rest of the body. Depending on where your spinal cord is injured, leads to certain sorts of disabilities. An injury high up in the spinal cord could have devastating effects on a person.
And then how does that type of injury impact the body's ability to relay messages to various organs or even the brain to keep that body functioning?
It inhibits that process. And so it's depending on how significant the injury is, but it definitely could stop that communication completely.
All right. From there, then, let's talk about the physical structure of the body, back first, so that we've got some understanding of that for your descriptions of other areas of injury. All right, so if we start at the top of the back in the area of the neck, that area of the spine, what is that known as?
In the back of the spine, so the spinous processes?
Or no, just this area. What do we describe that?
The back of the neck or the spine, cervical vertebra.
Okay, and then if we move down from the cervical region, going down the back, what would be the next region?
So once you're out of that neck region and down into the chest, it's the thoracic region.
Okay, and then how far does the thoracic region extend from the base of the neck and down the back?
It goes down, so your entire chest cavity and down into your abdominal cavity when it then transitions into the lumbar region.
Okay, and then what area of the human body does the lumbar region encompass?
The lumbar region is that lower back area, and then if you're looking from the front, in the abdomen.
All right, and then in the area of the lumbar, when we talk about the lumbar region, in the tailbone area, can you explain just the various locations there and what is at play?
So throughout this whole area, the spinal cord is there. The lumbar region then moves into the sacrum, kind of overlying that tailbone region as well. There you're not getting those vital structures, but you have a lot of blood vessels, and it's, a pretty significant bone in the body.
Okay. Before we talk about the other injuries that you noted, there's a thought that I had I want to go back to. When you were talking about the direction of travel of that bullet through the mandible, does that give you any indication of the placement of the individual shooting the gun at the time that the child was shot and that bullet traveled through the mandible?
In terms of placement of the person shooting them and the shooter, it's difficult, especially if it's the head, since there can be a lot of movement. What I can say is the bullet came from her front.
Thank you. All right. Now, let's go to the other area that you noted injuries to. Again, what was that area?
The scapula.
What is scapula?
So you have two, and they're in your back in the upper portion, and it was the one on her right side that was injured.
Okay, so if we're looking at the human back, and we think about our arm and the rotation of our arm, and then there's that bony structure there up toward the shoulder region, is that the scapula?
Yes, the shoulder blade.
The shoulder blade. Now, we've seen pictures of the scapula. We've got that broader point of the scapula that comes down more toward a point. The broader section of the scapula, where does that lie relative to the top portion of the shoulder versus the lower portion of the back as you're moving down the thoracic region and going toward the lumbar region?
So that top part of the scapula, you can think maybe where the clavicle is or that breastbone, and then it moves down into that point, and that whole area is called the blade.
Certainly. So does it get narrower as we go from the top of the back down?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, what did you note in the area of the scapula on the right side of the body?
In that right scapula, at autopsy, I was able to appreciate one obvious gunshot wound. That was in the blade region. And then Dr. Garvin, upon her examination afterward, she appreciated that same gunshot wound and then an additional one. That was in the area of the spine, so more in the top portion of that scapula.
When Dr. Garvin noted that second location involving a gunshot wound, did you have an opportunity to go back and look at that as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you agree with her findings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What's the significance of sustaining gunshot wounds to that area of the body?
So gunshot wounds to that area of the body, both of those had a front to back also direction. Due to their placement, they represented two separate gunshot wounds, different from that mandible and the cervical vertebra, which were paired. When someone is shot from the front and it injures part of their back, there are a lot of vital structures in between. You have your lungs, your heart's on the left side of your chest, and you have ribs, a lot of blood vessels, so there's potential for a lot of other organs and vital structures to be injured before that scapula gets injured.
Okay, and I want to make sure that I understand, when you say it traveled from front to back, so were you talking about an entry point to the chest and then traveling toward the back itself?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Is that type of injury significant relative to cause of death?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, beyond that, then, what else did you note when you were doing your autopsy?
On top of those three gunshot wounds, the projectile, the main thing that I noted was the severe decomposition of her body, and then I took on the task of identifying her body.
Certainly. Why was that something that really stuck out to you, you know, when you talk about the severe decomposition of her body?
That amount of decomposition tells you a story about timeline. Giving a firm timeline is incredibly difficult, but you know that some time at least has passed. It also says why I potentially didn't see other injuries. As we indicated, organs were likely injured, but no organs remained. And she may have had some other sort of injury, but those just weren't able to be appreciated due to the state of her body.
All right. Given the absence of any type of human skin, human tissue, or organs outside these gunshot wounds, can you even begin to speak about possible injuries that child may have sustained?
I cannot. I did not see any.
All right. So just as far as the significant deterioration, did that speak to those remains having been out in a climate where she was found for a significant period of time before they were recovered?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, the fingernails, did you examine her fingernails?
I did.
Okay. And of course, I mean, I've asked the question assuming that there were fingernails that came in with the body bag.
Correct.
There were. Describe why you would examine fingernails.
The fingernails were examined. I always look at fingernails, whether someone's decomposed or not. Sometimes they can be torn or irregular. Also, they can potentially provide DNA evidence if I'm looking for a way to identify a body.
Okay. Describe your examination of the fingernails.
The fingernails were devoid of any soft tissue. That would help with the DNA process. What was noteworthy with them is that they appeared to have been decorated with some white polish. They, in the very least, were quite white in color.
All right. Is that something that would be important if talking with family members to determine whether or not a lost family member did have those nails painted?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know of any discussions that happened with the mother about whether or not Breasia Terrell's nails had been painted?
I do not recall.
That's all right. All right. So there was no type of tissue there that you could utilize for purposes of DNA?
No, there was not.
Speak to the topic of DNA. Whose DNA?
Breasia's DNA.
Okay, all right. With the deterioration of the human body, when you were dealing with skeletal remains then, say, for example, the perpetrator's DNA would have been with that child's body. By virtue of the decomposition process, then, is that DNA going to be destroyed?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And then with a body being out in an environment like this for an extended period of time, do environmental factors weigh into whether or not DNA evidence can be developed?
Yes, they do.
Explain.
As you indicated, DNA can be destroyed. If someone is in an environment where they're being rained on, it can be washed away and then just degraded over time. Animals can get involved, and as you indicated, there's a high likelihood that someone else's DNA is most likely not there.
Okay, so DNA does degrade.
Yes.
All right, and at the point that it's completely degraded, we would not be able to identify even the presence of DNA?
Depending on the environment.
Sure. Do you know of any products as well that would destroy DNA?
There are cleaning supplies that can degrade DNA or clean them so that when testing is performed, you can't identify any.
Can you speak to the subject of Clorox or bleach?
Bleach is one of those products that can do so.
Okay. In addition, just doing your physical examination of the body, what else was done?
So continuing on, I suppose, with the identification process, the fingernails were examined to see if there's any of Breasia's DNA or tissue left on them. She did have some of that mummified tissue, and then ultimately bone was used, which contains DNA, to compare her DNA to her mother's DNA.
Okay. When the comparison was made between the DNA taken from the body to the DNA of Aisha Langford, what findings were made?
The findings from the laboratory was that there very, very high likelihood that they were related.
Okay. Now, when you talk about DNA, is DNA unique to each individual?
Yes.
But who does a child get their DNA from?
Well, DNA comes from the parents. And depending on what type of DNA, mitochondrial might just be from the mom. So testing of a parent should be successful in determining if they're related or not.
Okay. Spell mitochondrial.
Mitochondrial is mitochondrial.
Okay. So does the mitochondrial DNA come from the mother?
Yes.
Now, in comparing the DNA taken from this body to that of the mother, were you definitively able to establish that these skeletal remains were a child of Aisha Langford?
Yes.
Okay. But in order to identify specifically who this child was, what additional steps had to be taken?
In addition to the DNA, the dental morphology, so the teeth of the individual that we had at the autopsy were compared to the teeth of Breasia. She had very clear photographs of her teeth before she died. So again, I used Dr. Garvin's expertise, and she compared the teeth that we had at autopsy, different characteristics of them to the teeth that Breasia had photographed, and in her opinion, they were a match, and reviewing her report, I am confident they are a match.
Okay, so then did you then make a definitive finding as to who these skeletal remains belonged to?
Yes.
And what identification was that?
They belong to Breasia Terrell.
Okay. Let me address just one variable relative to the development of the DNA. Did you receive assistance in developing that DNA profile?
Yes, we do not perform that analysis. It's sent to a DNA lab, and they provide me with a report, and I determine where to go with that report.
Do you work hand in hand with the DCI laboratory?
We are actually physically connected, and we submit evidence to them, and that's how we operate. with them.
Okay, and that's one of the issues that Dr. Garvin had spoke to. She indicated that there had been a submission to the DCI so that what had been taken from the bones or the DNA from the bone could be identified.
Correct.
And that is a part of what occurred, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you determine a cause of death?
Yes.
What was the cause of death?
The cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds.
Okay, all right. Dr. Cruz, were there photographs taken throughout the course of this autopsy?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16-1 through 16-45. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16-1 through 16-45. I'd like for you to look at that group exhibit and tell me if you recognize that group exhibit.
These are the autopsy photographs that we took.
Okay, and do those accurately depict what it is that you observed as you performed the autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, the State would move to introduce this group exhibit.
That exhibit will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. Before I do that, Dr. Cruz, I want to go back and talk about one other issue. So you indicated the cause of death was attributable to?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And then beyond cause of death, do you also author a professional opinion about manner of death?
Yes.
And what was the manner of death that you reported in your autopsy report?
Homicide.
All right. All right, I have before you State's Exhibit 16-1. Explain what we are seeing in State's Exhibit 16-1.
This photograph shows the body bag, which is the white for most of the photo, and then in the center is a tag indicating who is inside of the body bag, and then that lock that should be intact when it's received in our office. That lock also comes with a number that we document so we know it hasn't been changed out.
When the skeletal remains came into the State Medical Examiner's office, what identifier was used for the skeletal remains?
So this tag on the body bag and then a tag inside as well.
But what was the name given to the skeletal remains?
Adolescent doe.
And then does it indicate a date and time that essentially it was found or recovered?
Yes.
And what is that?
3/23/21 at 10:45.
In what county?
Clinton. And then of note, I also spelled Dr. Malcolm's name incorrectly. I don't have a second L.
That's all right.
According to what she wrote.
And does this particular body tag indicate who was responsible for tagging the body bag once the skeletal remains were placed inside?
Yes.
And who is that?
Dr. Malcolm.
All right. State's Exhibit 16-2. What are we seeing here?
This is that photograph, which I call an as-is photo. So this is exactly how the remains are in the body bag as they were received once we opened the zippers.
Okay. Doctor, can you take the pointer, and I'm going to talk about the wooden pointer behind you, and show us what would represent the hair that had come in with that body bag?
The mass of hair that came with the body, and then here are the rest of the remains, and then in the bags are even more remains that are more fragmented.
Okay. As we look at this photograph too, is the clothing intertwined within that larger portion of skeletal remains.
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit 16-3. What are we seeing here?
This is essentially the same photograph, just making sure we have everything in the frame. Sometimes it's difficult to tell, so I'll take more photos than maybe are necessary.
In this photograph, are we focusing on the lower half of the body or the upper half of the body?
It appears to be more the lower half, but things are kind of jumbled.
Sure. Going to State's Exhibit 16-4. What's the perspective of this?
This is that other end, so potentially more of the upper half of the body, including one of those bags, just to make sure we have everything included.
And as we look at this photograph, can we see the article of clothing that you've described as the shorts?
Yes, we can.
Where is that at?
That's to the, I guess, the mid-right of the photograph, in between the hair and the brown paper bag.
All right. In this photograph, is there other clothing that's difficult to see, but as we look at the mass and we go through this, we will start to recognize that that's another article of clothing?
That's correct.
And then can you point that out for us?
Well, intermixed more so with here, where I'm able to take off that really tattered shirt. It was really jumbled in with everything.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 16-5. What is happening at this point?
So these are the bones as I received them at autopsy. Once I took that clothing off, we were able to remove that mass of hair, and they're just sort of a loose representation of how they should be in the human body before Dr. Garvin made them essentially the way they absolutely should be.
Absolutely. Going to State's Exhibit 16-6.
Here, more of those bones more laid out, and then that mass of hair here next to the ruler.
As we look at this photograph, can we see the seashells within the hair itself?
Yes, we can.
Can you point those out? All right. How many did you point out for purposes of our record?
Oh, I pointed out two as an example.
All right. State's Exhibit 16-7.
Similar photograph as before.
Okay. 16-8.
Here we're looking at some of that mummified remaining tissue on one of the extremities, just to give an idea of how severely decomposed she was. So not quite a mummy, not quite a skeleton, but quite close.
All right. What bone is this mummified tissue attached to?
I'd have to go back and look. It's one of the long bones in the extremities.
Sure. State's Exhibit 16-9.
This is a photograph of the top portion of the skull looking down.
16-10.
This is the skull as it was received before the teeth were put back in. I'm looking from the front.
All right, so in this photograph, how many teeth do we still see within the jawbone itself?
Here we can still see two very clear teeth in the upper portion of the mouth.
Okay. State's Exhibit 16-11.
Here we're looking at the left side of the skull, and one of those teeth is clearly visible.
16-12.
This is the right side of the skull, and we can see those teeth again.
16-13.
This is the back of the skull.
All right. Dr. Cruz, can you speak to this? As we're looking at the back of the skull, there appears to be some type of compromise of the bony structure. Yes, can you talk to that topic and help us understand what we're seeing here?
Sure. So you have a number of what are called sutures in the skull. When you're a baby, we all have many bones in our skull. When you're a baby, they're not quite together. As you get older, those bones fuse together, but we still see remnants of them being separate. So here we call it suture line. So it's a squiggly line that shows the two bones connecting, and at the back of your skull, it's called a lambdoid suture.
Thank you. Going to State's Exhibit 16-14. What are we seeing here?
This is looking at the top of the skull. We see more of those suture lines. Here going to the back, we have the sagittal suture, and then across the sides, the coronal suture. We can also see here the mandible or the jawbone, which contains some teeth, and then we also see a box containing multiple additional teeth.
All right. The mandible, would that be the lower jaw then?
Yes.
And then how many teeth were still intact in the lower jaw which did not have to be replaced?
Looking at this photograph, I can clearly see 4 teeth.
Got it. Okay. Let's go to State's Exhibit 16-15. What are we seeing here?
Here it's the underside of the skull. And we see teeth and then a large hole in the middle of the skull, which is called the foramen magnum.
Certainly. 16-16?
Again, it's that same photograph. It's just a bit of a closer view, maybe better lighting.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can. Well, that's the best that we can do there. 16-17.
This is that mandible once some teeth have been replaced.
16-18.
Here's that mandible with the replaced teeth, this time from the left side.
And as you go through the process of replacing the teeth, then are x-rays taken and compared to the dental records of Breasia Terrell?
Yes, they can be. Here more so the gross morphology, just looking at the teeth with the eyes, that was most helpful given the records that we had.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 16-20.
So part of the process doing the autopsy is the top of the skull cap is removed, usually to look at the brain, but really just to see any contents. So this is looking inside of the skull where the brain should be. Here we have like remnants of bugs in the different stages of their life cycle.
16-21.
Here we're looking at the mandible again and appreciating the gunshot wound, which is to the right near the ruler.
16-22.
This is one of the cervical vertebra. Before it was cleaned a little more, but as part of the middlite portion of the vertebra, as part of the injury from that gunshot wound that also injured the mandible.
16-23.
Here we have the cervical vertebra again from the side with some irregularity representing the gunshot wound and some discoloration and hurt.
16-24.
This is that right scapula. So this is one angle of it where irregularity can be seen representing one of the 2 gunshot wounds to the scapula.
All right. Let's go to the top right corner.
Ms. Cunningham, we're at our noon hour, and I think you're going to start another area of this examination. I think this would be a good time for our break.
I think so too, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be in adjournment until 1:30.
T-shirt outside. Computer says 93.
Oh, good. Because my watch said it was 94. See ya.
Is everyone ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. Dr. Cruz, can you please describe what's depicted in State's Exhibit 16-24?
Yes, this is a photograph of Briasia's right scapula. At the bottom left corner of the bone is a defect corresponding to a gunshot wound.
All right. And then if you could, just so that we've got some perspective, right there, certainly. And then let's go to the upper right corner, that dark portion there on the scapula. What is that attributable to?
So that's most likely attributable to the postmortem interval being outside or some animal scavenging, just the process of the bony breakdown being out there, which is one of the reasons why Dr. Garvin is so helpful in interpreting those.
Certainly. Let's go to State's Exhibit 16-25. What are we seeing in this particular photograph?
So here it's the other side of that bone, so where the bone was protruding. On the other side here you can see the actual hole that was created by that bullet.
Absolutely. And then just go ahead and point to that again so that the judge can see what area you're referencing. But for the bullet impact, would that have been solid bone there?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 16-26, what are we seeing in this image?
This is the right scapula again, so turn to the side and we see that bullet hole again. From different angles, you can appreciate more of the jagged bone around it a little bit better.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 16-27.
This is a similar photograph, more from an inferior angle, again showing the hole that the bullet created.
Okay. Does this give us probably the best perspective of the hole created by the bullet?
I think so, yes.
Certainly. State's Exhibit 16-28.
This, again, is showing that bullet hole, which is not as nice because you don't have the blue behind it, but the hole can be appreciated and the irregularity of the bone around it.
16-29.
This is a photograph of the tag that was inside the body bag and attached to the body itself. It's attached to a rib here. And here it's labeled with adolescent doe, the same name on the outside of the bag and the same identifying information with Dr. Malcolm's name.
And at this point, are we going to start to examine the hair that came in with the body?
I believe that might be next, yes.
State's Exhibit 16-30.
So this is a photograph of the hair that was received with the body. It's dark in color, affixed into dreadlocks, and there are seashells.
That we can see throughout. Okay.
Yes.
16-31.
This is another photograph of the hair showing the seashells. Sometimes I like to take multiple photos to see which one shows up best on the computer.
Certainly. 16-32. As we look at this particular photograph, are we now going to start to see where the bullet was located at?
Yes, near the center of the photograph is where the bullet was recovered.
All right. And just going back in your testimony earlier, is that consistent with the possibility of that bullet having traveled through the mandible, through the C3, C4, and out and got caught in the hair?
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 16-33.
This is just a closer view of that bullet when it's still in the hair.
16-34.
Another view of the hair with the bullet.
16-35.
Even closer view of the hair with the bullet.
16-36.
This is a photograph with the hair. In addition to the seashells and the bullet, a tooth was recovered from the hair, which can be seen here. Many of the teeth, as we had seen prior, were not within the skull.
All right, thank you. Then did you take photographs of that bullet that had been removed from the hair?
Yes, I did.
16-37.
This is a photograph of the bullet after it had been removed, showing it has significant discoloration and still has hair attached to it.
16-38.
This is that same bullet just flipped over, showing it still has hair and looks like some other debris attached to it.
1639.
So this is the photograph of that tattered light-colored shirt that was recovered with the body and intermixed with the bones and the mummified tissue.
Now, as we look at this photograph, is there more than one article of clothing that is depicted?
It's hard for me to say if there should be just the shirt.
Just the shirt?
There was a bra that was received that was a similar color, but there's a separate photograph of that.
All right. Thank you. And as we look at this T-shirt, can we see what the color of the T-shirt would have been but for its exposure to the elements?
Most likely, I think the color of this T-shirt is probably best represented by the center of the photograph, white or a very, very light color.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 16-40.
This is a photograph of the tag on that T-shirt, which is clearly imprinted with the brand Cotton Zone and the size 4XL.
And when we consider the size 4XL, would you attribute that to being a child's shirt or an adult shirt?
An adult.
A man's shirt or a female shirt?
Could be either, but could be a large adult male is probably most likely.
Certainly. Going to State's Exhibit 16-41.
This is that light-colored sports bra that was also received with the body.
16-42.
This is the other side of that sports bra, and here the tag is also visible. It shows the size 36 and Fruit of the Loom brand.
All right. State's Exhibit 16-43.
These are the perforated black shorts that were also received with the body.
Give me a moment, Dr. Cruz. We're all struggling with colds, so. As we look at this photograph, do you show areas, or do we see areas of discoloration on these shorts?
Yes.
Explain.
The bottom part of the short, similar to the shirt, probably represents the true color, which is a black color. And then there's discoloration up near the band of the shorts. It's a whitish sort of discoloration.
And does that seem to extend across toward the center portion of that shorts?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 16-44.
This is the back. We were looking at the front earlier. This is the back part of the shorts.
Is the same discoloration present on portions of the fabric on the back side of the shorts as well?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 16-45.
This is a close-up of the tag. The tag did not have any writing that I could make out.
Certainly. But as we're looking at the waistband, with this close-up, do we get a really good perspective of the discoloration that was present in the fabric?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Cruz, let me throw a question out there. I don't know that this is something that you can speak to, but I'll throw the question out. With bullets being out in an environment like this, do you have any training experience as to how the elements would impact the bullet itself?
As part of my training, I was always told that we're often trained with tissue, human tissue. So any sort of human tissue or blood can degrade a bullet. And similarly, being exposed to elements, rain, dirt can also degrade a projectile. But further defining that would take someone who has greater expertise.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
I will first just ask, your profession would involve or include detecting possible deaths by either sharp force trauma or blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Just briefly, can you describe what those two things are?
Sharp force trauma involves injury with any object that essentially has a sharp surface. We commonly think of a knife. It can be glass or something similar. So when that object makes contact with the skin, it cuts and divides that skin and cuts and divides soft tissue and everything underneath it. Blunt force injury involves the impact of an object that has a flat surface. You have a lot more options there. Once that object with the flat surface makes contact with the skin, it has more of a crushing sort of injury. It can cause abrasions or scrape off the surface of the skin. It can cause contusions or tearing of the blood vessels under the skin. It can cause lacerations, which is actually just tearing of tissue, which is in contrast to a cutting wound, which is a nice, neatly cut and divided area of tissue. And it can also cause fractures of bone.
So you mentioned a lot about tissue right there. What I'm wondering then is, can you detect either sharp force or blunt force trauma just in bone, like the mummified remains we just discussed?
Yes, so sharp force injuries, for example, with a knife, if that knife comes into contact with bone, there are defects or cutting wounds that can be appreciated. Same thing with blunt force, where you would get more of a fracture, so breaking of the bone. That's very difficult when it's a long post-mortem interval and the body's been outside. So that's when I employ a forensic anthropologist like Dr. Garvin, and she has expertise in identifying those injuries.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but with the remains of Breja Terrell, you didn't identify or detect any sharp force or blunt force trauma in that bone, did you?
Correct.
Okay. And then you did mention Heather Garvin, who was the forensic anthropologist. She didn't report to you that she found any sharp force or blunt force trauma, right?
That's correct. No acute trauma would account for the person's death.
Can you describe to me what that means?
As she does mention in her report, there are some areas of healing, I believe on the skull, which may have represented a previous injury, but nothing in the general time of when Breja died.
Okay, so we couldn't know any one way or the other.
In her expertise, they were old.
Okay. And then, so the manner of death, I think you indicated, was homicide, right?
Correct.
And then it would have been defined or explained by 3 gunshot wounds, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so can you indicate, through your expertise and training, the distance that those 3 bullets were fired from?
No.
Can you indicate how many assailants fired those bullets?
No.
And because that homicide was the determination or the manner of death, I think you alluded to this a little bit during direct examination with Ms. Cunningham, but you couldn't tell me how long Breja Terrell was dead, right?
Correct.
And specifically, you couldn't tell me an exact date of when Breja Terrell had died.
Correct.
And the reason is, I'm imagining, but correct if I'm wrong, animals could have gotten to the body, rain, sunlight, worms, insects, that sort of thing, correct?
Correct. It was a long time.
Sure. So it could be July 2020, it could be August 2020, it could be September 2020, all the way up until March of 2021 when she was found.
Correct.
Okay. And then you were asked a little bit about the coloration of those shorts. In your experience, what could cause that discoloration?
Different sort of chemicals like bleach, but also with a garment that's exposed to the environment, the sun, other environmental factors. I didn't do any sort of testing to say what caused the discoloration.
Okay, didn't test for bleach?
I did not.
Okay. Are you aware whether it was those shorts were tested for bleach?
No.
And then, so in your training and expertise, you couldn't tell me one way or another whether it was bleach or the sunlight or the elements?
That's correct.
Okay, and then, just from my knowledge, how many bones are in the human body?
Oh my goodness. Off the top of my head, I actually can't think of exactly how many.
206 or 207?
A lot,
Does that sound
yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm. Sounds about right.
Okay, did you, as you were performing this autopsy, did you find any, is it a practice of yours to keep a log of how many bones you found?
That's where I defer to Dr. Garvin, and she logs them, and she knows exactly how many bones are in the body.
Sure. And then obviously you would be relying off her report, right?
Correct.
Okay, but then your job is to receive this information and essentially just define what the manner of death was.
I define both cause and manner using the information she provides. It's similar to a toxicology report where I would have to use someone else's expertise, but ultimately the decision is mine.
Sure, so the cause was then 3 gunshot wounds and the manner was homicide.
Yeah, multiple gunshot wounds, yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Dr. Cruz, in speaking to the issue of the discoloration in the fabric on the shorts, you had mentioned that that can be caused by chemicals?
Yes.
As well as environmental exposure. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. For fabric that's out in the sun for an extended period of time, would we expect to see some fading?
Yes.
All right. But relative to fabric that's been out in the sun for a significant period of time, wouldn't you expect there to be consistent fading across the entire surface of that fabric versus what we're seeing on these shorts?
I think you would expect to see consistent fading in all the exposed parts of that fabric.
And then let's speak further to that. If a body has been disposed of in an area that is heavily wooded, as well as a significant amount of vegetation that's present, would you agree with me that there's going to be a limited ability for that fabric to be exposed to sun to create that sun fading?
Yeah, I think there might be a lower likelihood that it were exposed to the sun.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. I'm going to put up before you what was previously introduced as State's Exhibit 43. And I'm going to direct you, if you could give me this pointer, to an area down this access road and right about here. Just as you look at that aerial view, does there seem to be a significant treetop surface up above the ground there?
Yes.
All right. And so just looking at that from an aerial view, does that appear to be a location that it would be difficult for sun to get through to fabric lying on the ground below there and cause that fading?
With the looking like that, yes.
All right. Relative to sharp force trauma, does human skin and the presence of tissue really give us an opportunity to discern whether or not there was sharp force trauma?
Yes, tissue would be desirable for interpreting that type of wound.
Okay. And even if there were organs, would that also make it easier to determine whether or not there was sharp force trauma?
Yes.
Was there an absence of organs with these skeletal remains?
Correct, there were no organs.
And then other than the mummified tissue that we observed, was there a total absence of skin and human tissue?
Yes.
And then when we talk about blunt force trauma, can I safely assume that there is some type of blunt force trauma that if there is enough force used, it could actually break a human bone?
Yes.
All right. But the issue of force, is that really the determinative factor? How much force was used before you might see a fracture to a human bone?
It's force and location of the actual blow.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Joseph Adams.
Sir, if you'd raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Joseph Adams, Joseph, ADAMS.
And what city do you live in?
I live outside of DeWitt, Iowa.
How long have you lived outside of DeWitt?
23 years.
And are you familiar with an individual named Jared Brink?
Yes.
How did you know Mr. Brink?
Oh, through work at one time.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
We were pretty good buddies.
Unfortunately, has Mr. Brink passed?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
2 months ago.
Now, back on March 22nd or 23rd of 2021, at some point, was Mr. Brink over at your residence during that time period?
I don't know the date for sure, but yes.
Can you describe why Mr. Brink was over at your house that day?
He was just stopping in to say hi, just, had a beer with him and, kind of talking back and forth.
And at some point, did the topic turn to the discovery of a body near Kunal Implement?
Yes.
Do you recall how that came up in conversation?
I think we were just saying we know, I heard that they found a body up by Kunal's, and that's how that started.
And prior to that day where Mr. Brink was over at your house and you were discussing this body, had you had an occasion where Mr. Brink had told you about pulling somebody out of the ditch?
Before that time?
Yes.
No.
Okay. While you were discussing the body that was found around Kunal Implement, did Mr. Brink bring up the topic of pulling somebody out of the ditch?
Yes.
And describe how that came up in the conversation.
Well, he said he was in that area. He was going to work early in the morning, and he pulled a guy out that was stuck. And I said, well, they're looking for a vehicle that was up in that area, or could have been up in that area.
And did he describe the vehicle that he had pulled out of the ditch at that time?
No, I said that they have a flyer on the phone that they've been kind of circulating. And I asked my wife to come out and show Brink the picture. And he goes, yeah, that's the car I pulled out.
And so your wife showed him the flyer.
Right. It was on a cell phone.
On her cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
And what was his reaction to seeing that flyer?
He said, yes, that's the car that he pulled out.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 105. Does this exhibit contain the photograph that your wife would have pulled up on her phone and shown to Mr. Brink?
Yes.
Which of these photographs? Okay. May I publish this, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, Mr. Adams, there's a pointer there right next to you. Could you again point to the vehicle that Mr. Brink identified?
Right here.
And you're pointing to the middle photograph that appears to show a maroon Chevy Impala.
That's correct.
Did he describe the individual that he saw with the vehicle that night?
He said it was a black male, and he didn't mention anybody else that was there, just that fella.
So he just indicated it was a black male.
Right.
After this topic got brought up in conversation, did you encourage Mr. Brink to call law enforcement to report this information?
Yeah, I said that they're looking for people that have information or have seen this car to call I think it was the Davenport Police Department, or it could have been the Clinton County. I don't recall which.
And was that something you encouraged him to do?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he follow through with that?
Yeah, I think he did.
And at some point then were you contacted as well by law enforcement to?
Yeah, it was a while before they contacted me because we were up in Wisconsin, and the Davenport Police Department, I think, called me. And I didn't know at the time it was them because I didn't recognize the number, so I never answered it. And then when I got back home, they called again and left a message on my phone that time, so then I called them back.
And when you were able to make contact with them, did you relay the same information that you've shared here today with us?
Yeah, I did.
Right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Mr. Waters?
Mr. Adams,
Yes.
right? So essentially what you've testified to is that you and Mr. Brink were having beers one night, right?
Yeah, we could have been. I don't recall having.
Well, regardless, you were hanging out with him.
Yeah, we're together working on a project.
Do you remember when that was?
The date?
An estimation.
I couldn't say for sure, no.
You know if it was after March of 2021?
I can't recall.
Okay, and then was it you that showed him the picture of this flyer that we've discussed?
Actually, my wife showed me that picture a day or so earlier.
Okay, and then you showed him that picture.
Then I had my wife show him off her phone that flyer.
Okay, and then he looks at this Impala and says that that's the car.
Yeah.
Now, when he said that, did he tell you that it was a maroon Impala, or did he say that's the car?
No, I believe I told him it was a maroon Impala.
Okay.
He didn't tell me. He knew it was a GM vehicle, and he knew what make and model because he is a mechanic or a gearhead. And I think I showed him that flyer, and then he says, yeah, that's the car I pulled out right there.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Just briefly, Your Honor. When Mr. Brink said that's the car I pulled out, he seemed pretty confident about that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he did to me.
No further questions.
Mr. Waters?
I don't have anything further.
You may step down.
Okay.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Mike Tate.
raise your right hand. Do you sort of tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please state and spell your name for a record?
My name is Michael Tate, spelled Michaeltate.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a criminalist with the Iowa Department of Public Safety, Division of Criminal Investigation, Criminalistics Laboratory.
In the, you said criminalistics laboratory?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you work with a certain department within the DCI crime laboratory?
I'm assigned to the Firearms and Toolmark section of the laboratory.
And how long have you worked in the Firearm and Toolmark section of the DCI crime lab?
Unofficially, I started working with them late 2007. Officially, I transferred in April of 2015.
How long in total have you worked for the DCI crime lab?
Next month will be finish up my 34 years.
And you've alluded to this, but have you worked in different departments throughout your almost 34 years there?
Yes, I have.
Where all have you worked within the DCI crime lab?
Well, I was originally hired in as a drug chemist. That lasted about a month, simply because I have a background in toxicology. And they had one gentleman, and only one gentleman, doing toxicology cases. So the lab director shifted me out of the drug chemistry section into toxicology. Fairly soon during that time, I took on learning to work with and work on the breath alcohol instruments, so I'm mechanically inclined. And I worked with both sections for quite a few years. In 2001, I was moved out of toxicology into the breath alcohol section because the gentleman there had passed away. And I was there until 2015 officially. In 2007, a gentleman who was in charge of the reference collection and the Guns for Destruction program retired, and they needed help, and I didn't have a lot to do when I was at the laboratory. So I offered, and that's what I was doing in my spare time. I don't like to be idle.
So in 2007, then, you unofficially started assisting the Firearms and Toolmarks division. In what different ways were you assisting them?
Well, the primary way was to take in guns that had made it through the system, as in the case had been adjudicated, and by the code, as I understand it, the guns have to come through the laboratory first before they're destroyed to see if they can be used in the reference collection or used by other departments for their use, their law enforcement use, and then get funneled out the road to be destroyed. That I looked after the reference collection to make sure that was kept up. I also was trained in the use of the NIBIN system, which is a ballistics identification system that basically takes a picture of the head stamp area of a fired cartridge case, and uses that picture and compares it against computerized photographs and sees if there's a lead, and that lead gets passed back to the law enforcement.
You've mentioned the reference collection a couple of times. What is that?
That is a collection of firearms that have been, most of which have come from cases here in Iowa turned in by law enforcement over the years.
And what is the purpose of having a reference collection?
It gives us an ability to, well, let me back up for a moment. There's a reason for it. They wanted it initially so you could find parts to make things work. The gentleman who left, that I took over for him back in 2007, had instructed his examiners that if you have a gun that comes in non-functioning, you can't just say it doesn't work. You need to find out why and see if you can make it work. Well, those guns that are in the collection are used for spare parts quite often. Otherwise, they can be used as reference material if somebody wants to, they think they have an idea what kind of gun this was, so it can be presented to them and say, did it look like this? Or it can be used to demonstrate in court.
And do you have any idea how many guns you have in the DCI reference collection?
Roughly 4,500.
Then it sounds like in April of 2015, you officially would have moved into the Firearms and Toolmark section. How did your role change at that point?
Well, I stepped away from everything else, and I began my training in Firearms and Toolmark examination. It comprised a year-long schooling with the ATF, and followed by a year of 100% casework review by our lead examiner, after which, and I'm going through a number of proficiencies and such, they said I was good to go, and I was on a firearms examiner now.
And are you a certified firearms examiner?
No, ma'am. Not by anything. There's no certification here in this state.
That was my next question. Is there such a thing as a certified firearms examiner?
There's a certification process that's put on by an outfit known as the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners, AFTE for short. I have chosen at this point in time not to go through that process, only because I was told that you should have at least 5 years under your belt before you do it. And quite honestly, I have about a year left before I retire.
So you do have to engage in regular proficiency training.
Yes.
What does that entail?
An outside company provides us with a challenge, whether it's bullets or cartridge cases, or we also do tool marks, so it's something that was damaged by a tool of some sort, and we will go through and perform our examinations and comparisons on those items and prepare a report. And then that report gets sent into the company that we purchased the product from.
Just to go back briefly, can you describe your educational background for us?
Yes. I have 2 bachelor's degrees. One is in the Administration of Justice from the Pennsylvania State University. The other is in Forensic and Toxicological Chemistry from Westchester University, which also happens to be in Pennsylvania. Fairly soon after that, I joined the laboratory here in Iowa. Since that time, I've taken classes and attended seminars and such that have been put on by the FBI, ATF, the DEA, other instrument manufacturers, equipment manufacturers, and then most notably, I'm a 2016 graduate from the National Firearms Examiner Academy that ATF puts on.
Now, turning to this particular case, were you provided items regarding the investigation into the death of Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
Did you author any reports regarding any examination or findings that you may have made in this case?
2.
2 reports. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you State's Exhibits 55 and 54. Starting with State's Exhibit 55.
Yes, State's Exhibit 55 is a copy of my report dated April 16th, 2021. It's our report number 2 as our sequence goes.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the report you would have authored on April 16th, 2021?
Yes.
Then handing you State's Exhibit 54, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, State's Exhibit 54 is a copy of the second report, Report 4, as the sequence goes, dated 4/30/2021.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the report you would have authored on April 30th, I believe you said, on 2021?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibits 54 and 55 into evidence.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
At this time, the state would ask to publish.
You may.
Starting here at the top of State's Exhibit 55. Now, you indicated this was report number 2 in the lab sequence reports. What does that mean?
It's simply the number that came up when the report was generated.
So, there's a number here at the top, this 202016859. Is that the lab number that the DCI crime lab would have assigned to this particular case?
Yes.
And so any criminalist doing a report would have tagged in their reports under that same number.
Yes.
And so, for example, there may be a DNA report that would have been tagged under this case number, and that would have been report number 1 or 3 or something along those lines.
Yes.
Okay. So report number 2 just simply means you were this second report authored under this particular case number.
Yes.
So moving on then to this section under Firearms, Toolmarks, and Examination Report. Can you describe how many items we're talking about in reference to this report?
3.
And what were those items?
3 recovered bullets.
So starting then with lab number 4, what is the description provided for that particular item?
This is a box containing projectile from hair.
And right above that, does your report indicate that that item would have come from the state medical examiner?
Yes, it does.
And then moving down to the next 2 items, lab numbers 17 and 18, what were those items referring to?
Those were 2 bullets that were recovered, and Jennifer Pullen from our laboratory would have submitted those.
Was your understanding then that the items number 17 and 18, would those items been collected from the actual scene where the remains were recovered?
Since it didn't come from the medical examiner, I'd have to say yes.
Versus the item number 4, which came from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, ma'am.
So, when you were handed these 3 items, which appear to be bullets, how do you first begin your examination of those types of items?
Well, I would have requested the items from the evidence room, gotten control of them, and taken them back to my work area, and gotten out the appropriate paperwork. We have worksheets for all the different items that we happen to look, whether it's a bullet, a cartridge case, a gun, something that created a tool mark, that sort of thing. We've gotten out the worksheet and checked, make sure everything was sealed, broke the seals, and then went about making notes about what I found.
And what types of things are you looking for when you're examining bullets?
I'm looking for the makeup of the bullet, what sort of shape it's in. By makeup, does it happen to have a copper or a brass jacket? Does it have a steel core or a lead core? What sort of shape is it in? Has it been smashed into anything? Has it picked up debris that I can see? And then ultimately what I'm looking for is does it have any use for me in making comparisons to a test fire, say, if it was provided to me later on. And in this case, I made some measurements that would give me an idea what I did then. It's called general rifling characteristics, and there's a list on this next page that I believe I used the FBI's listing for, and provided that as part of my report.
So when you're referring to general rifling or class characteristics, what exactly does that mean?
Well, what it means is what I've done is gone and measured the bullet to see what the diameter was, measured its weight, and then when a bullet is fired out of a rifled barrel, which most of the things we have these days are, with the exception of shotguns, the rifling actually will leave marks behind on the bullet jacket or the outside of the bullet. It can have enough detail to allow us to make an identification of a bullet back to a test fire from a particular gun, but in the least ways it gives us ideas by the widths of the impressions on what we call the bearing surfaces. We can plug that into a database, which is that list on the second page, and get an idea of what the possible guns were that could have done it. It's not an all-inclusive list, but it gives us a start, and it's an investigative item for departments.
So essentially, you're trying to look at the different marks, the weight, the things that you can visibly see on these bullets to try to determine if you can determine what type of firearm this bullet would have been fired from.
Yes.
Now, are you able to make that determination by just looking at a bullet itself?
There is one particular type of firearm that's currently being made. That is the Generation 5 Glocks that do happen to make they have a land and groove impressions that I have not seen in any other firearm. And if I were to see that, I could tell you, we would narrow it down to that kind of firearm, a Glock Generation 5. But that's about the only one I can tell you about.
So
Definitively.
For all other bullets then that don't show the same class characteristics consistent with being fired from a Gen 5 Glock, what would you need in order to actually make a determination about what type of firearm those bullets came from?
The weight gives me an idea. The diameter also adds to that, and then the width of the land and groove impressions are the final components, and the number of them. I'm sorry.
Would you need a known gun in order to make some of those comparisons as well?
Well, if you want to make an identification to it, yes.
Okay. So how does that then work when you have a potentially known firearm?
Well, I'm assuming you're meaning that somebody has presented me with a firearm as well to work with. In that case, once I go through checking it through I can test fire it, collect the bullets and the cartridge cases that have come to me as part of the test firing, and use them to compare against the unknowns. Say, for instance, that I was presented with a revolver. I could compare them against, as I recall, 17 and 18 on this list. 4 had no useful information for me. I could have tried to use 17 or 18, but unfortunately, corrosion had done its dirty work and damaged it beyond my ability to make an identification.
So let's talk about then the results from just your visual examination of these particular bullets. And again, referring to your report, what were you able to determine about just their general class characteristics?
From experience, it looked like those bullets had probably been fired from a .38 caliber, which includes .357 Magnum, .38 Smith & Wesson, 9mm. That's all under the .38 caliber. But from its bullet weight, it was fairly typical for a .38 special. The land and groove impressions, it was 6 right, if I recall. That's fairly common. That doesn't help at all, really, when it comes right down to it. But had there been individual detail that was visible in those impressions, then they would have been useful for going back and making a comparison and possibly an identification to an unknown or to a turned-in firearm.
Now, just in comparing the bullets to each other, did you make any observations about whether the markings were consistent with just each other?
Yes, the 3 of them looked like they probably came from the same firearm.
And what were your findings in regards to that?
Well, I didn't have anything to identify them definitely to each other. However, the weights and the land impressions, the widths and such, as I had mentioned, were very similar.
So they all contain roughly the same weight, the same, did you say land impressions?
Yes.
And the width of each of those bullets all appeared consistent with one another.
Number 4 I couldn't get a measurement on it because the damage was so severe. But from appearances, that looks to be very similar to 17 and 18.
And as you included here in your report, then, because of those consistencies within the same bullets, did they appear to all be fired from the same firearm?
That was my conclusion, yes.
Referring then to the bottom paragraph of page 1 of your report on State's Exhibit 55, you indicated that these were fired copper-jacketed bullets. What significance is there to the fact that these are copper-jacketed bullets?
It's just what the loading was for that particular cartridge.
Okay. And all 3 of them contained that same type of copper-jacketed bullet?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you've indicated, they were all determined to be consistent in size, design, and weight with either a .38 Special, a .357 Magnum, or a 9mm Luger cartridge. Are those all different types of ammunition?
Yes.
Okay. Now, items number 17 and 18, you indicated reflected 6 lands and grooves with a right-hand twist. What does that mean?
The rifling within the barrel would have when a bullet is fired down a barrel, it's going to expand and seal itself, if you will, to the inside of the barrel. The pressures are going to push it down the length of the barrel. But as it seals itself against it, it's pushing against, in this case, 6 raised areas. And part of it's pushed into 6 grooves. The pressures that are going on that are pushing, both expanding the bullet and pushing it down the barrel, are forcing the bullet jacket, in this case copper, to take on the form that they've been forced into.
Now, I do believe you testified that based on the weight of these bullets, you thought they were probably most consistent with a .38 special type of ammunition. Is that fair?
That's my experience, yes.
Now, referring then to page 2 of your report, what is it that you've listed here?
What I have done here is taken all that information I mentioned earlier, the bullet weight, well, not so much the bullet weight, but the land impressions, the number of them, the widths of the land impressions and groove impressions, the number of them, and placed them into a database that, in this case, we have one the FBI puts together. I believe that's what this one's from. We also have one that AFTI puts together. And these are the names that the database spit out based on the information I gave to it.
And so then turning to the next page in this exhibit here, what are all these that are listed?
Well, this one happens to be, I recognize this style. This happens to be an AFTI search. They set theirs up a little bit differently than the FBI. And what you have is the search results, the manufacturer model, and the firearm type.
And so essentially are the remaining pages of Exhibit 55, again, just all of the different types of either ammunition or firearms that were consistent with the general rifling characteristics that you observed on these, at least the 2 bullets, items 17 and 18.
Yes.
So turning then to page 54, I'm sorry, Exhibit 54. This would have been the report you authored on April 30th that you've labeled report number 4. At some point then were you provided with a firearm to attempt to do some sort of comparisons with?
Yes.
Is that listed here as item 20 in your report?
Yes.
And the description here is a stainless steel revolver with a serial number of 184998. Do you recall, is that an accurate serial number for that gun?
The serial number is accurate. The description is not.
Okay. And why is the description not accurate?
Well, what I noted, the gun came to me in a bucket. The bucket was full of water, which is how we asked that any submerged firearm is submitted to us. It prevents rust from taking over and destroying whatever we could have worked with. Once I got it out of the water, cleaned up, I noted that the bluing, or which is effectively rusting of the metal, but it's done in a controlled environment and deliberate, was worn away down to what I know as it's a condition called the white. That is a unfinished surface of a barrel or of a piece of metal. I was told it was called being in the white. light before it actually has a painted or a bluing or whatnot applied to it. So stainless steel, I can understand why you could see it like that when you first pull it out, but to me it looked more like a barrel that had lost its bluing, a firearm that had lost its bluing.
The stainless steel description, is that perhaps because there appears to be some silver elements to the gum in color?
It does when you don't have the bluing, yes.
And so when the bluing kind of wears away or kind of fades away, then what's underneath there appears to have some silver color to it.
Yes, it gives that impression, yes.
Okay. Now you've already talked about then the appearance of this firearm when it first was presented to you. You mentioned that it was in a bucket. It's still in the water that it had been found in. How do you proceed with that firearm, especially one that had been in some sort of water, in order to examine it?
Well, I got it out of the water, rinsed it off as much as I could, tried to remove any debris that I could so I could see if it would function. And then, quite frankly, I covered it with WD-40 to coat the surfaces so I didn't have to worry about rusting right away. And then went about my normal collection of information, making notes of what the appearance of the gun, what I saw as far as manufacturer, serial number, that sort of thing. And then got it to a point where I could test fire it. And I test fired it, and that's the end of that.
So, turning to the results portion of your report, you have listed here the Llama Model Comanche 2 .38 Special Revolver. When you're referring to this item as a Llama Model Comanche 2, what does that mean?
Llama is what I know it as a trade name. The manufacturer is something else. It's a long name, La Sierra or something or other. I really don't remember the whole thing. It's built in Argentina, but Llama is what I know it to be called as a trade name, and the model is the Comanche 2.
So, just for example, if you're talking about a vehicle, we've heard testimony in this case about a Chevy Impala. Chevy Impala would be the trade name of that vehicle, but the actual manufacturer would be General Motors. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So is that kind of similar to what you've done here, where you've listed the trade name, the Llama Model, even though it does come from a different manufacturer, the La Sierra, or some, whatever you said?
Yes.
Okay. And again, as you indicated, it had that serial number of 184998.
Yes.
And you've indicated you had to remove any debris and dirt before test firing. And when you first would have opened this revolver, could you see if there were any either cartridges inside or bullets inside of that?
All I noted was cartridge cases, which is a fired component of a piece of ammunition.
And how many cartridge cases were inside of that revolver?
6.
Are you able to determine then the type of ammunition that had been in that firearm based on the cartridges that are left?
The head stamp provides me the information of the original manufacturing of that ammunition.
And what did the head stamp indicate in this case?
It was a Winchester .38 Special Plus P cartridge.
And so you were able to determine then that the ammunition had been fired from this firearm was .38 Special Plus P?
Yes.
What does the plus P mean?
extra power.
So would you have then removed those cartridges in order to test fire?
The cartridge cases, yes.
Okay. So then once you test fire, what does it mean to test fire a gun, first of all?
Well, after having collected all the information, as I'm looking over the firearm, I will look to make sure that it's in a condition that I would consider it safe for me to handle and subsequently test fire. That is, I'm going to look for cartridges that are, in this case, we have an ammunition collection as well. Pull 38 Winchester 38 Special Plus P cartridges from a box of that same ammunition and use that when I do the test fire. We try to test fire like for like if we can.
Once you test fire the firearm, do you then make those same type of observations with the test fired bullets that you did with the previous bullets that had been provided to you?
Yes.
And once you do that, do you attempt to try to compare the test fired bullets to the other bullets that had been provided?
What I would have done first is to look at the test-fired bullets and look for anything that might have been useful in, number one, orienting them one to another, and then two, looking for points that would allow me to identify a test fire to the unknown. In this case, the damage to the unknowns was to the point that I would not have been able to make an identification.
So the bullets from the test-fired rounds, were you able to observe sort of those general rifling class characteristics on those particular bullets?
Yes, I was.
But you weren't able to do that necessarily with items 17 and 18, those unknown bullets. Is that fair to say?
No, that's not. What I was fair to say would be I wasn't able to find individual detail on 17 and 18 that would have assisted me in determining whether or not they had been fired from the same gun that just produced those test fires.
And what type of factors affect the individual details on bullets?
Initially, it's the manufacturing, the tooling that goes into cutting the rifling, producing the back portion. We're talking about bullets, all right?
Correct.
Okay. What cuts the rifling, and then from there, it would be how is the firearm cared for? Has it been cleaned regularly, or has it been misused, or thrown in the river or thrown in water? That's going to start affecting the surfaces because they're going to rust.
Are there environmental factors that can affect the individual detailing on a bullet?
Yes.
Explain.
Nature in general. If a bullet comes in contact with chemicals or just passes through something or into dirt, commonly what I see is something that passes through wood or drywall. Those two surfaces, if you will, tend to damage the bearing surface where the land impressions and the groove impressions are, to the point that it makes it very difficult to identify a bullet back to a firearm. Another chemical portion is if the bullets happen to have passed or been caught up in human or animal tissue, the chemistry of the body acts on the surface of the bullet and can erode or corrode the surfaces to the point that it makes identification difficult, if not impossible.
And in this particular case, again, when you're talking about the individual details on items 17 and 18, had you been provided any information that those bullets had been outside for a period of time?
Being outside would definitely cause corrosion.
And again, if these particular bullets had also been at one point inside a human body, would that have also led to additional corrosion
Yes,
that could have affected your ability to see those individual details?
yes.
Now, while you weren't able to make an exact identification in this particular case, your report does indicate that the test fire bullets still had similarities with items 17 and 18. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And what were those similarities?
The general bullet weight, the 17 and 18 were lighter than the ones I test fired, but that's a natural point of things. If something passing through and impacting something, you'll lose some of the weight. The land impressions, the measurements I made, and the land and groove impressions were all similar to each other. But again, this is not the only firearm it could have been, given that, and that's why I provide you the list on report 2.
So, while you can't make an exact identification, you also can't rule out this firearm. Again, based on the similarities you saw with the test-fired bullets and the similarities on the items 17 and 18.
That's correct.
In fact, were the land and groove impressions, in your opinion, very similar to the unknown
Objection
bullets?
as to the term very similar is vague and ambiguous.
If he can answer the question.
One moment. Sustained, please rephrase.
What similarities did you note? You mentioned the weight already. Did you note additional similarities between the test-fired bullets and items 17 and 18?
In particular, the width of the land impressions and the groove impressions are very similar.
So I want to go back quickly then to your first report, item number 55. The page number 3, that first page of the AFTI results that lists out the different types of manufacturers. Do you see a 38 special Lasser SA Comanche 2 listed as a potential firearm for the type of general rifling characteristics for that you noted on items 17 and 18?
Yes, it's there.
Now, included in this report is several pages of potential firearms regarding 9mm Lugers. Is that also fair to say?
Yes, it's part of our practice, my practice, to, if it's a 38 caliber, I'm going to try and cover everything when I don't have At the time when I created this, I did not have a cartridge case to go with it. Otherwise, I could have narrowed it down very quickly and say if I had just a 38 special cartridge case, I would not have included 9mm in the database search.
And why not?
The likelihood, if it would have told me that you've got a 9mm cartridge case, it may have come from that 9mm. Now, if I still have any question of it because of the bullet weight, because in my experience, 38 specials, a lot of them are roughly 130 grain weights, 130 grains. That's the bullet weight. I don't see that a lot in 9mm. However, there is a 124, in which case I probably would have included it anyway, the 9mm.
Okay. And then specifically from this list here, and realizing that this was created before you knew what the cartridge cases were, does this list include a 9mm SCCY pistol?
No, it doesn't.
And so, again, could those bullets have been fired from a 9mm SCCY pistol?
No.
Now, once you finished your examination of the revolver, what do you do with it?
Pack everything up, put it back in the box, and seal it, and return it to the evidence room.
And when you return it, in this case, back to the container it was in, do you include any ammunition or cartridges or anything like that inside of it?
The unknowns, if in this case, because the unknowns were already in the gun, I would have included it, and I would have included the test fires as well.
But the gun itself is not actually loaded?
No,
Okay.
I didn't leave it loaded.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what we've marked here as State's Exhibit 108. Does this appear, or do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is the bucket that the revolver came into the laboratory in.
And is this what you would have returned the firearm to when you were done with your testing?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know that this is the same bucket and the same firearm that you would have examined?
Now I'm looking around and I'm seeing my handwriting on some of the seals, and I would have put the seals. I would not have put a seal on this until I actually opened it. Well, I would have opened it, done my work, put the lid back on, and put the seal on it.
And so based then on your recognition of the bucket and the fact that you have signed on some of the seals, typically this is the same revolver that we've been talking about here in terms of your examination in items, exhibits 54 and 55.
Yeah, if it's still hiding in here.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibit 108 into evidence.
I think the witness just said if it's still hiding in here, so you probably should open it.
Do you want some gloves?
No.
There are some scissors over here.
Sorry, I did not bring scissors myself.
Do you have scissors? Thank you.
The reason I made a point is because that's not my seal on there. Your Honor, do you mind if I stand up for a moment?
You may. Not a problem.
Don't remember the condition things in. There we
may.
Yeah, this is the gun.
Okay, go ahead and put it back in there.
Okay. You asked for these. Okay. This is the box with my test fires.
Okay.
And this envelope contains the cartridge cases that I recovered from the gun when I first examined it.
So all of that would be then included in this bucket?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I see 6 envelopes up there.
Right, at this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 108 into evidence.
No objection.
That exhibit will be admitted.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Mr. Tate, just so I'm clear, you can't tell us to any degree of scientific certainty that the 3 projectiles you were asked to test were fired from that firearm, right?
That's correct.
You're not representing that those are .38 special projectiles either, are you?
They're consistent with what I've experienced in my time, but they could be, again, from a different particular, from a 9mm or a .357 Magnum.
And it could be from that long list of manufacturers as well, correct?
Fired from, as far as fired from a firearm?
Yes.
From that long list? Yes, sir.
And when you were talking to the state about bullet weight, things of that nature, that's kind of specific to the ammunition as well, correct?
Yes.
And how many millions of rounds of Winchester plus P38 special do you estimate are out there on the market today?
I have no idea, sir.
It'd be a lot, right?
Yes.
And each one of those is going to have the same bullet weight, basically, right?
Yes.
And each one of those is going to have the same grains of powder in them, for the most part, correct?
For whatever the manufacturer cares to do, yes.
True. And they're also going to leave, if their manufacturing standards are consistent, lands and grooves pretty similar no matter what firearm they're shot from, correct?
Yes.
So the fact is this is a .38 special plus P Winchester bullet doesn't really help us much in this particular case, does it?
That's not up to me to decide, but
You didn't draw much inference from the fact that these bullets were Winchester .38 special plus P, did you?
I wouldn't even have known that. I fired what cartridges that were similar to.
And the .38 caliber firearm could be .357, .38 special, or 9mm. I think we need to explain to the court exactly how close those calibers are to one another. They're minute in difference, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And just exactly how small is that difference, sir?
Oh, approximately 2 1/1000ths of an inch.
Okay. In fact, I get this wrong all the time, but the .357 can be shot out of the .38 special or vice versa?
Vice versa.
Okay, so if I have a .38 special, I can shoot .357 through it, right? Or did I get it wrong again?
You got it backwards.
Okay. So,
Let me help you out for a moment. The .357 Magnum is physically longer than the .38 Special.
okay.
If you remember it like that, you know that the .38 Special can be fired in a .357,
I'll never
but not the other way around.
Thank you. Now, you talked about this particular firearm and the trade name Llama. Llama's sold a lot of firearms in the United States, right?
Yes.
And when you buy a Llama firearm, they stamp their name right on it, right?
They may, yeah.
It's not particularly a high-end firearm, correct?
That is my experience, yes.
Okay. You inspected this firearm and got the serial number on it and wrote it down, right?
Yes.
Did you look for the trade name on there?
No. I don't remember seeing it on there. I was actually looking at my notes, and I didn't have it in my notes.
Okay.
So my practice in that case would have been to do an internet search based on the model name, and that's where llama came up.
Because in evidence already is the fact that on the barrel is the name Lasser. Is Lasser the manufacturer of that firearm?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay, because that list you provided in Exhibit, I believe, 55, Lasser makes a Comanche 2,
Yes.
and Llama makes a Comanche 3, right?
Yes, there is a difference there.
What's the difference?
As I understand it, the Comanche 2 is a 38 special, specific to fire. The cylinder, the chambers within the cylinder will only handle a 38 special cartridge. A Comanche 3 is one that's, the cylinder is large enough to hold and withstand the pressures from a 357 Magnum.
So there is a difference between a Llama and a Lasser in this particular circumstance.
I couldn't tell you what it is.
Okay. But your testimony is, after physically examining the firearm, you couldn't tell the manufacturer or the trade name?
Oh, I could tell you what the manufacturer was. The trade name I got from the internet search.
Okay. But looking at the firearm without going to the internet, you could tell me the manufacturer?
Yes,
Okay. And that was Lasser?
yes.
And you were given 3 fired projectiles, but there's been 6 fired from that firearm. That's your testimony?
Well, there were 6 fired casings.
Right. The indentations on the primer from the firing pin, can that tell us anything about this particular firearm? Can that help you
Well,
identify?
If there's a firing pin impression on a primer, it will usually fire the cartridge.
But can you then look at that cartridge and then do a test fire and compare the cartridges to say these 2 cartridges were fired in the same firearm?
Yes.
Did you do that here?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Why not?
I found the cartridge casings in the gun. I didn't have any reason to believe they hadn't been fired in that gun.
Typically, do people put fired casings into a revolver? Or leftover cartridge cases into a revolver?
I can only speak to myself, and the answer to that is no.
Hey, approach the Elmo. I'm showing you here, we have as States Exhibits 20-8. I'm going to zoom in here. This appears to be one of the markings on this firearm. Are you able to read what that says?
Yes.
And what does it say?
It was a Comanche 2.
And States Exhibit 20-10. What are we looking at here?
That would be with the location of the serial number, and that's the serial number that I would have written down.
And this is States Exhibit 20-11. What is written there on the side of the gun?
That's the manufacturer.
And that, again, is that Lasser SA something else that's written there as well?
Yes.
And then showing you States Exhibit 2013, What are we looking at there?
That is the edges of two of the cartridges inside of their own individual chambers in a cylinder.
And are you able to see there what type of cartridges those are?
Well, I can see enough information to say they're probably Winchester. And I see 38 and looks like an SP on the lower one. But the cylinder shroud at the back here blocks the rest of it.
So if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, this particular firearm, the Comanche 38 Special Revolver, cannot fire 357 cartridges.
If it would be able to chamber one, it could probably fire it. But in my practice is to actually use a cartridge. Since it was a marked 38 special, I will take a 357 Magnum cartridge and insert it in the chamber and see if I can actually close the cylinder up into the gun. It's easy enough for me to tell whether or not I'll be able to, because if the bullet tip is protruding from the chamber, outside the cylinder itself, it's not going to be able to close, because the gap between the cylinder and the forcing cone where the bullet first passes into the barrel is too small. So if it's sticking out, you're not going to be able to fire it in there.
Okay.
Wrap it up closely.
And can a 38 Special Revolver fire 9mm Lugers?
I believe you could probably use what they call a half moon or full moon clip and fire one in there.
So it's possible, but you're not really sure? It would depend on the specific type of bullet?
Well, a 9mm cartridge is not meant to sit in a revolver. It's meant to be used because of the design of the cartridge case itself. It's meant to be fired in a semi-auto or a single shot.
And so typically then, a 38 Special Revolver is going to use 38 ammunition.
You would think so.
And that's what you found when you opened up the revolver and saw the cartridge cases.
Yes.
And then the bullets that were provided to you were consistent with the weight and land and groove impressions of the test-fired bullets that you used that were also 38 specials, correct?
Yes.
All right, no further questions.
Mr. Freeze, you may step down.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll take our afternoon break. We'll reconvene at approximately 3:25, 3:30.
This is the deposition.
Ms. Cunningham, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to make a record, we are at that juncture in the state's case in chief where we're going to be presenting testimony related to Jared Brink. As the court is aware, Mr. Brink died of a massive heart attack in June of this year. He was deposed in May. These are issues that we had discussed in pretrial matters. And so at this juncture, we are going to put on testimony that was provided by Mr. Brink during a deposition that was conducted in May of this year. We have investigator Billy Thomas who will play the role of Jared Brink. Then once we conclude with his deposition testimony, the state would then call Detective Sean Johnson, who the parties had agreed they would want his interview also introduced into evidence for completeness of the record.
Thank you. Mr. Freeze?
She's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, I would swear you in that you are going to correctly read the deposition as it has been transcribed.
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, for the purposes of our record, I would inquire whether the deposition will be introduced as an exhibit. If it is, then that would relieve my court reporter of the obligation to transcribe the testimony as it is presented in court.
Your Honor, we have marked it as State's Exhibit number 49. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. And so the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 49 into the record, and that would reflect the deposition of Jared Brink taken before Jane Fitzgerald, a certified shorthand reporter at the Scott County Attorney's Office at 11:15 a.m. on May 8th of 2023.
I have no objection to that.
All right. The Exhibit 49 will be admitted.
And, Your Honor, for the record, we're going to read this into the record verbatims. I took the deposition, so I'll be reading first.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. State your name, please.
Jared Brink.
Mr. Brink, my name is Chad Freeze. I represent Mr. Dinkins. This is Mr. Waters. He also represents Mr. Dinkins. Have you ever had your deposition taken before?
No.
Have you ever testified before?
No.
Okay. Nothing tricky going on here, okay?
Okay, I had to think about it, but no, I've never testified.
Good for you. The purpose of this is to just get some information about what you know about the case, a little information about you. I'm not trying to pry, but I do need to know some basic information about you because we're set for a jury trial. And one of the things we have to ask the jurors is if they know witnesses. And of course, that would be you at some point. And just to get an idea of what your knowledge is and get a story from you under oath, okay? So the first thing I want to talk to you about is some ground rules. First one is that you are under oath. You understand that?
Yes.
And the oath you took today is no different than the oath you take from a judge in front of a jury or in front of a judge for a court hearing, okay? It's the same one. It has the same force, the same effect, okay? You understand?
Yes.
That brings us to rule number 2. We aren't recording anything here with a video camera or a digital tape recorder, anything like that. Everything is done by the lady sitting here to my right, so she's actually typing down everything we say. So you know in a few weeks she'll kick back to me a transcript of everything we say, and she can't do that if we're doing head nods, head shakes, or using words that we do every day like uh-huh or uh-uh. I do that to her every time, so I make her type out something. So the answers here have to be audible, okay?
Correct. Very well.
The final thing really is that it's really important that she makes a good record for us as she can. That's totally dependent upon how you and I communicate. And I'm as guilty of this as anyone who sits in that chair. When we have conversations, we aren't always the best at letting someone finish and then start our answer. Sometimes we want to get that answer in as soon as we can, or start the next question before you've totally answered. That's just the nature of conversation. We have to refrain from that here because, although she's the best at what she does, she can't take down 2 people talking at once. So please let me finish my question and then answer, and I'll try to afford you the same respect, okay?
Correct.
Very good.
I'll try to do my best.
There is no wrong answer, okay? Only if you guess. I don't want you to guess at my question. If you don't understand it, tell me you don't understand and ask me to rephrase, okay? I'm not trying to trick you here. I'm just trying to get information. So if I ask you a question that's a bad question, that you don't get, that's unclear, and I do that because sometimes I get ahead of myself, and I'm thinking 2 or 3 questions ahead, that the one I just asked is absolutely horrible. Just tell me, I don't understand, and I'll reconfigure it into a question that you can. But don't guess, because then we get in all kinds of trouble, okay?
Okay.
How old are you, sir?
48.
Okay, had to think about that?
My wife told me I was going to be 49, so I keep that in my head.
She wants you to be older?
Evidently.
You don't need to tell me your address, but generally, where do you live?
Northeast of DeWitt.
And you keep your address current with the county attorney, so if I need to get a hold of you,
Correct.
I can go through them, okay? Agreed?
Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
Shop supervisor at Linwood Mining.
How long have you worked there?
5 years.
And you're married?
Correct.
What's your wife's name?
Jessica.
Do you have children?
Yes.
How many?
2.
And you're 48. Are you talking about high schoolers or college age?
One just graduated high school. The other one is in elementary.
So you're getting into the expensive years.
She's pretty self-sufficient.
Okay. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes.
What's your understanding?
For being a witness.
As to what?
Pulling a gentleman out of the ditch.
So you live up in the DeWitt area, and there was a period of time where I understand you were going to work one morning, right?
Correct.
And somebody was in the ditch?
Yes.
Walk me through what was going on that morning. What's your typical morning? What's going on? How do you encounter this person in the ditch?
It was about 4:30 in the morning. I came off a gravel road behind Kunau Implement and got on Highway 61 South. And then after 3/4 of a mile, there was someone on the side of the road or on the white line on the left-hand lane of the southbound.
So on the passing lane,
Yes.
heading southbound on 61,
Yes.
there was a vehicle,
No.
a person.
A person.
Okay. Describe that person for me.
Black man wearing white shorts, white shoes.
Okay. Describe his physical features. Was he tall, short, heavy-set, thin?
Similar to my height.
How height? What's your height?
6'2", about 6 foot, little heavier build than me.
Okay.
I mean 250, 260.
This is 4:30 in the morning,
Real close.
and this guy is just walking down the highway.
No, he jumped out in the lane in front of me.
Okay, what did he do?
I stopped the truck. Good thing I was paying attention, or else could have had an accident.
Sure.
He come up to the driver window and asked me to pull him out of the ditch.
All right, so you're pretty close to this guy?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you roll your window down. He comes up to the driver's side window.
Correct.
Did you notice anything about his face? Could you describe his face for me?
Black man.
Was he wearing glasses?
I don't recall them. He had a mole right here.
You say right here. You're pointing to your left cheek.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right here.
Right cheek?
Yeah.
Okay. How about you can't recall glasses, right?
No.
Any facial hair?
I don't really recall.
Was it light out at this point in time?
No, it was dark.
What time of year was this?
I don't recall.
Did you notice anything about his teeth? Anything about his teeth that stuck out to you?
Nothing.
How long did you talk to him alongside the road there?
20 seconds.
So he asked you to pull him out, right?
Yeah.
What'd you do?
I said, go ahead and hop in.
Okay.
Then he drove down the road, then we drove down the road, probably another half a mile, and there was a turnaround in between the lanes, and I took that, and he directed me back.
So you drove back 61 north?
61 north, got off at Kunau Implement.
Got off at the implement store there?
Yeah, turned right.
Okay, took a right, and then you were going east
East then on the old highway.
on,
On the old highway.
that kind of goes in front of Kunau.
Yeah.
What did you do then?
Then we went down the gravel road by the old quarry there.
There is an old quarry down there by the,
Yes,
okay, is that where the car was?
yes.
Down by the quarry, or is it on the gravel road?
Gravel road, not quite, right at the beginning of the quarry.
Okay. This quarry you talk about, to get down to the quarry, you kind of have to go down a deep or steep little,
No, we were on the gravel road.
but to get there, you have to go down a steep little driveway, right?
Further down the road.
So you were back from that?
We were towards the highway from that.
Okay. And kind of across from the driveway to get down into the quarry, there's kind of like some, I'm going to call it junk,
Yeah,
construction junk and stuff.
concrete, dirt, and stuff.
Yeah, were you near that?
We were to the south side of that, just to the very south side of it.
What kind of car was this?
Maroon Malibu,
Did you see any plates on it?
don't recall.
How was the car positioned? Which direction was it pointed?
It was on the west side of the road facing east. The back end was facing west towards the Kunau Implement. The front was facing east.
Okay, and was it in the ditch or just off the shoulder a little ways?
No, it was sitting perpendicular to the road like he was doing a 3-point turnaround.
Okay.
I know the right rear tire fell off into the ditch, and that's why he couldn't pull up. The front tires were dug down in the gravel road a little bit.
How did you get him out?
I had a chain in the back of my pickup. I was lucky. It was a 4-foot chain. I crawled underneath the front of his car, hooked it up to the cross member, and drove my truck, and it just come out easy.
So when you jerked him out real quick, you unhooked the chains and drove away?
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Yes.
Did you ever get the guy's name?
No.
Was there anybody with the guy?
No.
Could you see inside his car?
Yes.
There wasn't a child with him?
No.
And was this time of day, this is your usual shift, like 5 o'clock a.m.?
Somewhere around there. I'm a supervisor, so I come and go as I see fit.
Was this springtime, summer, fall?
I thought it was odd to be wearing shorts. It was cooler that day. I don't remember the time frame.
And you said Malibu.
Yes.
Did you see the color of the interior?
It had bucket seats with a console shifter
Okay.
and a tan with maybe some black highlights in the seat.
A tan, like a light tan or dark?
Light tan, lighter tan.
Did you notice any type of bumper stickers or stickers in the window or anything?
No, I was only by the car for maybe a minute, minute and a half. That included pulling him out.
Pretty easy pull out, it sounds like.
No, yeah, 3 people could have pushed it out.
So after you pulled it out, did you have a conversation with the guy? Did he say thank you and stuff or offer you any money?
He was very appreciative, and more than once he offered me $100, and I didn't accept it. I just said, do something nice for somebody else, and went on my way.
Had you ever seen this guy before?
No,
Have you ever seen him since?
no.
How did you become involved? How did you then become involved in this particular case?
It was after they found the body.
Okay.
I was at a friend's house having a beer, and that's when he said they found a body, and we were talking about it. And I just said to him, what's weird about that is that I pulled a guy out of the ditch there about a year ago around that area.
Okay, so you saw a picture.
No,
You just said you pulled a guy out.
a guy out. He asked me what kind of a car it was, and I remembered what kind of car it was. He had his wife send me a picture of the flyer that was posted around town or whatever, and that's when I decided I had to call the police department.
So the car looks similar.
Identical.
Pardon me?
Identical.
Did anybody ever have you look at a photograph or a photographic array and try to identify the person who was with the car?
I can't recall.
So no one had you look at a picture and say, is this the guy?
I can't recall, no.
But you recall it being a cool day, right?
It seemed cool for shorts.
That's all I have.
Mr. Brink, what time did your shift start at your employment?
At that time, I was going in at 5 a.m.
Okay, and then so when you leave your house, what do you need by way of drive time?
35, 40 minutes.
All right.
So it's probably closer to 4:15, 4:20.
All right, so 4:15, 4:20 in the morning. At that point in time, was it dark out?
Yes.
Were you up to the car where you could actually see inside and verify that there was not another individual inside the car itself?
Yes.
Okay.
I walked from the front of the car down the right side to see how it was stuck in the ditch.
Okay.
And I seen the right rear wheel was dropped off, and then I walked back up beside my car.
Now, during your testimony, you indicated that you had observed something on the individual's cheek and had pointed toward the nose. I missed what you had said. What had you described?
Just a facial blemish.
Okay, all right. So the subject that you were dealing with, race,
Black.
sex,
Male.
and then with the facial blemish that you described, where was it located?
On the right side of his nose.
And then additionally, as far as how you describe this individual's physical build, how would you describe his physical build?
6 foot tall, 250.
Okay, and when you were speaking with law enforcement, do you recall telling them that you didn't remember him being that bigly built, but they did have a big frame?
Yes.
Now, during your discussions with law enforcement, did they ask you whether or not you would be able to pick him out of a photo lineup? And you indicated that you didn't know if you would be able to do that?
Yeah, I don't remember that part of the conversation.
And I've got a report here of your interview with the officer. I don't know if it would help you if you would want to review that real quickly. That way we could definitively put that issue to rest.
I don't have my cheaters.
Oh, you don't have your cheaters? Okay, so I will do this.
He is 48.
Yeah, at 45 it went downhill bad.
All right. And the time frame then that you would have had contact with this individual, would that have been about what time?
That morning.
Right.
About 4:20, 4:15, and 4:30 somewhere.
Now, you gave a very specific description of clothing. Do you recall telling the detective that you remember him wearing some type of white denim shorts, and you were asked if there was any design on them, and you stated you could see there was some blue design on the shorts, like they were screen printed? Does this sound familiar?
Yes.
And then there was some discussion about a shirt that he was wearing, and you described it as a darker T-shirt. Does that sound familiar?
I think during that interview I said I could not remember the shirt he was wearing.
Sure.
I think that's what I started at that time.
All right. And then did you describe him wearing some jewelry, but nothing really flashy?
I think I said he was wearing a necklace.
All right.
I think I stated that then.
Then let me get to the point where you had the discussions about your ability to be able to identify him. During the interview, did Detective Johnson ask you if you were to see this guy again, would you be able to pick him out? And you stated you didn't know. Your response is, if you put 2 pictures of them there, he isn't sure if he'd be able to pick him out. Jared, you stated if you put 6 of them there, he still doesn't know. You did acknowledge that you observed a flyer with a black male on it prior to coming to the station to speak with him, but the officer didn't present those to you for purposes of doing a lineup. Would that be fair?
Yes.
All right, and then I know finally the last topic of conversation. During the interview, had the detective shown you an image that had been captured from a quick shot video at about 3:30 a.m. on July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
And when you were shown that image, what did you advise Detective Johnson?
I said, that's the shirt he was wearing.
Okay, all right. And was it the shirt or the shorts that you told him that the guy was wearing?
No, I was very pleased my memory served me correctly because I called the shorts out perfectly.
Okay, so did you call the shorts out perfectly? Yes? Or perfectly?
Yes.
And what you saw on that?
And that's why I couldn't remember the shirt.
All right, absolutely. And then do you also remember telling the detective that you didn't remember her being that bigly built, but he did have a big frame?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Sean Johnson to the stand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record.
Sean Johnson,
Could you please spell both your first and your last name?
SeanJohnson,
Where are you employed?
City of Davenport,
How long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
approximately 9.5 years.
Could you describe your prior educational background and any training that you've received for the position you fill?
I have a master's degree in criminal justice from St. Ambrose University, and I graduated the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy, a 14-week program out in Johnston, Iowa.
Once you completed that training, did you start your career with the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Detective Johnson, can you describe for us the different capacities that you've worked for the Davenport Police Department?
I first started out as a patrol officer and a sworn evidence tech. Then I was promoted to the Detective Bureau, where I've worked 5 years in Special Victims Unit and then about a 9-month span in property crimes.
Okay. What was your assignment in July of 2020?
I was working in property crimes at the time.
Were you on duty on July 10th of 2020 when the initial report came in of Breasia Terrell missing?
Yes, I was.
And were you involved in a lot of aspects of the investigation as it was developing?
Yes, I was.
All right. We're going to be more targeted as to topics of discussion that I think we really want to focus on. But during those initial stages, let me ask you this. Were you tasked with completing various applications for search warrants as the day played out on July 10th of 2020?
Yes, I was.
And as the investigation was ongoing, did you continue in that role where you completed various applications for search warrants?
Yes, I did.
Okay. As to those applications for search warrants, at some point in time on July 10th, did you prepare, well, no, let me ask you this. At some point in time, did you prepare a search warrant, on July 14th of 2020 involving the maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-1. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-1. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 150-1?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 150-1?
This is one of the search warrants I wrote for the maroon Chevy Impala.
Okay. On what date was this application for search warrant prepared?
July 14th.
Of what year?
2020, sorry.
Whose name appears as the officer preparing this application?
Mine does.
Okay. What is the location to be searched?
The 2007 maroon Chevy Impala.
All right. And then relative to that application for search warrant, what specifically were you interested in trying to collect at that time?
DNA evidence, blood and biological evidence, and then collection of any and all forensic evidence.
Okay. Now, just for purposes of perspective, did the FBI actually become involved in this investigation?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And then did they respond to the Davenport area on or about July 14th of 2020 to process 3 vehicles that had been seized associated with the defendant?
Yes, they did.
And then, so had they applied for their own search warrant, which they utilized to go in and process all 3 vehicles?
I believe we wrote those search warrants, yes.
Oh, you believe you wrote those search warrants? And then, so then was this the search warrant that they would have utilized that would have allowed them access to that Chevy Impala?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Now, what I want to do is I want to go to Attachment A. Is there an Attachment A within this exhibit?
Yes, there is.
Very simply for our record, what does Attachment A encompass?
It's the affidavit for the search warrant.
Okay. We're interested in whether or not you had included within your Attachment A any observations noted by officers or an officer of the Davenport Police Department who had some initial contact with the vehicle on July 10th when it had been seized and brought down to the evidence bay of the Davenport Police Department to be photographed by civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster.
Yes.
Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, I am.
Could you speak to that issue?
As I was writing, as we're investigating this case, I believe I was writing a search warrant when Detective Beth Tharp came up to me and stated that she was just down by the vehicle, and they were doing a cursory search. During that cursory search, the trunk was opened, and she said that she got a smell of bleach coming from the trunk.
By virtue of that statement to you, did you then incorporate that information into Attachment A as a portion of the basis to establish probable cause for the issuance of the search warrant?
Yes, I did.
All right. And then attached there too, is there the search warrant that was presented to a judge and signed and approved for the execution of that vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 150-1.
That object is hearsay, is redundant and cumulative.
The objection is overruled. It will be admitted.
Okay. Detective Johnson, I want to then fast forward to events of March 22nd of 2021. Were you aware of the discovery of the remains of Breasia Terrell?
Yes, I was.
How did you become aware of that?
I received a phone call, I believe, that night, asking me to be out of the Kunau area the next morning to do scene security because of remains that were found in the area.
Okay. Then did you respond out to that location on March 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
Were you present then throughout the day as that area was processed and skeletal remains were recovered?
Yes, I was.
All right. By virtue of the development of that circumstance, were there news stories that were going out over TV or even social media platforms identifying what had developed out there at Kunau Implement?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, because of that, then, were you tasked with interviewing a gentleman that had reached out to the Davenport Police Department with information that he felt was relevant to provide concerning that area where the body was recovered?
Yes.
Explain.
We actually got information from Major Cundiff of the Clinton County Sheriff's Department, who said that he had someone contact him in regards to information that might be pertinent to the investigation of Breasia Terrell. Major Cundiff was able to give us his name and information, phone number, who was later identified as Jared Brink. I contacted Mr. Brink via phone and set up an interview for him that day.
Did Mr. Brink then come down to the Davenport Police Department to be interviewed?
Yes, he did.
Do you know what date Mr. Brink was interviewed at the Davenport Police Department?
It would have been March 23rd or March 24th. If you give me a second, I can confirm that.
Sure. Would it help to refresh your recollection by reviewing a narrative that you prepared of that interview?
Yeah.
Could you please, Your Honor, may the witness do so?
He may.
The exact date was March 24th.
And then what time did that interview start?
It happened around 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
The Davenport Police Department.
Where specifically within the department?
It happened in one of our Criminal Investigation Division interview rooms on the second floor of the PD.
Okay. Are the interview rooms at the Davenport Police Department equipped with any video well, not video surveillance equipment, but video recording equipment?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And whenever an individual is interviewed within those rooms, is that interview recorded?
Yes, it is.
In this particular instance, when you met with Mr. Brink, was there a recording made of your conversation with Mr. Brink?
Yes, there was.
Have you had an opportunity to review that recording?
Yes.
Is that recording a complete and accurate, complete and accurate as to the topics of conversations that you had with Mr. Brink?
Yes, it is.
All right. So let's just set forth a structure for the interview, and then once we've done that, we'll turn to the video itself. But explain to us how it was structured.
I asked Mr. Brink to start off and tell me everything that he remembers from the day in question, what he was there to talk about. He ran through everything that he could remember, and then I began asking him general questions, more detailed questions about things that he did and where he went and stuff like that.
Okay. Does Mr. Brink live in an area near Kunau Implement?
Yeah, I believe it would be to the northeast of where Kunau is.
All right. Let me direct your attention, if I could, to State's Exhibit 38. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 38?
Yes.
As you look at that geographical map, do you see the location of where Kunau Implement is located?
Yes, I do.
Could you take the pointer and show us where on that particular exhibit it's located? And then Detective Johnson, in your conversations with Jared Brink, what was your understanding of where his residence would have been located relative to that area?
It would have been further up to the north and east of here, so probably somewhere up in, not pictured on this map.
Certainly, thank you. Go ahead and take your seat. In the course of your conversations with Mr. Brink, was there a discussion with him about where he was employed?
Yes, there was.
All right, and I'll give you a moment. It looks
Oh, you're
like
fine.
things fell off.
Yeah.
Where was Mr. Brink employed?
Linwood Mining here in Davenport.
Are you familiar with that particular entity?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What community is Linwood Mining actually located in?
I believe it's on the border of southwest Davenport and Buffalo, Iowa.
All right. As we look at that map, then, can you give us or show us where on the map Buffalo, Iowa is at?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and take your seat. Was there a discussion with Mr. Brink about what highway he would take to travel into Scott County?
He said he would take the 4-lane south, which is commonly known as Highway 61.
All right. And then if you come south on Highway 61, what would be the most obvious route of travel that an individual would take to get down there to the area of Buffalo where Linwood Mining is located?
Probably 80 to 280, and then back down to 61 to get down to Linwood Mining.
All right. And then if you're traveling on 61 going south, will that also take you down to the area of River Drive?
Yes, it would.
All right. Did you have an understanding of what time he would have to be at work?
Yes, I did.
And what time?
Jared said that he usually has to be to work around 5 o'clock in the morning.
And so then by virtue of that, is there going to be a bit of a drive time from where he lived to get down to Linwood Mine?
Yes, there is.
All right. And what was your understanding of typically how much, what time he would leave his home?
Jared stated it was around 4:30 in the morning every morning.
All right. And so was that the path of travel that he would always take?
Yes.
Okay. By virtue of his Traveling south on Highway 61 then, was there a discussion of him having an encounter with an individual?
Yes, there was.
How was that individual physically described?
He stated him as a big stocky black male.
All right. And then in the course of conversations that you had with him, did he describe a particular article of clothing?
Yes, the shorts.
All right. Was his description relative to shorts that that subject was wearing something then that resonated with you based on other video surveillance footage or still images that had been collected that you had seen?
Yes, I did.
All right. And then would you have taken a still image that had been collected from video surveillance footage and show to him?
Yes, I did.
All right, and we'll talk about that. And then relative to that description, did he describe with you what occurred during his contact with this black male subject?
Yes, he did.
And very simply, what was the nature of the discussion?
That the black male stopped him. He was stuck in a ditch and asked Jared if he'd be able to pull him out of the ditch.
Okay. Did you talk with Mr. Brink about the location where this subject had a vehicle that was stuck?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did that bear any relation to the location of where Breasia Terrell's remains were found?
Very much so.
Explain.
The location of where the car was stuck at was approximately 75 to 100 yards south of the entrance to the pond behind Kunau Implement.
Okay. During those discussions then, did you generate any type of aerial images of that area and have him mark on those images the location of where the subject's vehicle was stuck at?
Yes, I did.
And then did he provide you a description of that vehicle?
Yes, he did.
And what was the description of the vehicle that was provided?
He said it was a maroon Impala that was very clean inside. It had a tannish interior, and he did make a note of a white aux cord that was plugged into the cigarette lighter.
Okay. Did he also explain to you what had prompted him to reach out to law enforcement?
Yes, he did.
And basically, what's the nature of the discussion that we're going to hear about there?
It was a conversation that he had with a friend of his about telling him about pulling a guy out of that ditch area where the remains were found.
Okay. Does the name Joseph Adams sound familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
How?
I believe that is the subject who Mr. Brink was talking with.
Okay. And what was it during the nature of his contact with Joseph Adams that prompted this conversation?
I believe the news articles about finding the body down there, and then Mr. Brink was, I believe, shown a flyer of the maroon Impala.
Okay. One additional question that I want to ask you about before we watch this video. Did Mr. Brink describe for you anything that he noted as far as a feature on the face of the black male subject he had helped?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And is that something that we will hear about in the video?
I believe so, yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 123. And, Your Honor, for purposes of the record, there is downtime before the officer comes in and meets with Jared Brink, and then Detective Johnson will leave and go get some items and come back in, and then he takes a phone and he leaves and he comes back in. So for purposes of our record, we're just going to focus on the time where there were those conversations. And here's what we have for a time stamp. We'll start at 27 minutes and play to 46 minutes and 22 seconds. We'll start at 59 minutes and 24 seconds and play until 1 hour and 5 minutes. And then we will start back up at 1 hour and 9 minutes, and we'll play until 1 hour and 10 minutes. Okay.
One moment, please.
Judge, we won't have enough time today, so it probably is a good time to break.
That's what I was wondering, Ms. Cunningham, and I apologize for that. I believe you all know, but I'm very cognizant
Yes.
of all of the people that helped me through the trial, and they, oftentimes have commitments outside the hours of the courthouse. And I do believe, based on the timing of this, it would be best to start this up at tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you. Your Honor, can I just continue to complete the laying of the foundation, and then we could break? Thank you. All right. Detective Johnson, I placed an exhibit up there before you. What is the exhibit number again?
The exhibit number is 487.
Oh, no. The state exhibit.
Oh, sorry, 123.
All right. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 123?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 123?
This would be the DVD from my interview with Jared Brink.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 123.
Exhibit 123 will be admitted. And we will be in adjournment until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.